right, good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. We're going to get started, and we are going to go right into the next motion, which is a motion from Councillor Gower. Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas the report recommends that the revised concept plan have a maximum of 770 residential housing units within a two-tower design at a maximum of 40 stories in height. And whereas the proposed unit cap of 770 units was introduced to address public input, planning considerations, and constructability. And whereas the parking rate for the residential development is established at 0.4 parking spaces per unit to address the typical development industry parking rates needed to support a development of 770 residential units. And whereas the revised concept plan has an estimated 336 vehicular parking spaces to support the residences. And whereas to permit height above 40 stories, the official plan requires a secondary plan amendment process, which staff did not undertake nor receive direction from council to undertake. And whereas the funding strategy has accounted for 750 units in the property tax uplift, resulting in $3.3 million per year to the city. And whereas the removal of the unit cap could yield an estimated 150 additional units in a two-tower concept, each at 40 stories in height, for a total of 920 units, resulting in additional property tax uplift. And whereas the removal of the unit cap would result in addressing additional housing needs and provide additional funds to the city through property tax uplift, and whereas any additional parking to support any additional units would be at the sole expense of the developer of the air and subterranean rights, therefore be it resolved that the staff report be amended to remove the unit cap of 770 units and to eliminate the minimum parking rate, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. I think the whereases set this up very well. I think this is a relatively low impact way to increase the density on site, increase the potential value for air rights, which would then increase the amount of money going to affordable housing, and address some of the concerns we've heard from the public about not having enough housing on site. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Curry.
Mr. Mayor, I have not spoken a lot on these amendments, but this one I want to have something to say about. I am going to vote for this, and the reason why is that the concept of removing that third tower, we'll see what happens when we get to that amendment, was one that I heard from people in Canada they didn't like, and I personally didn't love. And I want to hear a very good reason for why we can't increase density on this site in one way or another. When I look at what's happened in Canada, where we have, in the last 2.5 years, approved 10,412, I think, units, with 2,000 on one corner of Terry Fox and Campo and March Road, and then 1,900 units on the other corner, and cut down swaths of forests to build additional towers, some of them at 30 stories. I think that we absolutely have to look at how much more we can increase density on this site. There's a couple ways to do it, of course. One is to add that third tower. And as I said, I want to hear a good reason. And I guess staff maybe will have one as to why we can't do that, or it's not the best way. But at a minimum, we need to think about how we can increase density. If we are applying for the Housing Accelerator Fund and saying we're doing everything we possibly can to increase housing in this city, then this is something we absolutely have to consider. For all the comments I heard over the past many hours about how important housing is, and to not look at this as an opportunity for more housing, I just find that to be very bizarre. So I'm assuming this will be in a unanimous vote, given how many people are very pro density and housing and increasing as much as we can. And I want to say that that is something that I absolutely heard loudly and clearly from Canada, that, you know, to the point, if we're going to have this much density in Canada and we're going to do all we can, then every area of the city needs to do as well. So I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much. I don't know if there was a question in there for staff on the third tower piece, or if Councillor Curry is just waiting till the next motion comes up, but it would be helpful.
I'll wait.
You're going to wait? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I wanted to just ask a few questions to staff first and then speak to this. So is it that these additional units are going to be affordable units, or is this just more market supply, which is quite expensive to develop on Lansdowne because we're waiving parkland fees, because we're giving 75% of the property taxes over to the development, and because we don't have the traditional affordable housing that we would have in larger developments like this? So is it that this is affordable housing to a not-for-profit provider, or is that not stated in the intent?
Is that a question for the mover?
Yes, it's a question for staff. Like, is there any motions coming that will make these units affordable that we're going to add, or is it just more expensive market supply?
Mr. Mayor, not to our knowledge regarding any other motions.
Okay, because Mayor, the last thing I think we want to do here is create like more expensive supply, just like expanding the urban boundary. There's ways to create affordable supply, which is what we've all been talking around here. And I want to make sure we get some answers on that. So is the intent to keep the parking numbers that were originally in the staff report as they are? I think it was 200 underneath the podium, and then another 140 that the city was proposing to build for these residential towers. Would that be the intent if the motion passes as well?
Mr. Mayor, from reading the motion, I understand that the intent is to remove the minimum parking to provide more flexibility in terms of how much parking the air rights developer would provide.
So it'd be less than the 0.4 potentially per unit.
Mr. Mayor, the parking minimum would be removed, so it just provides the ultimate flexibility on the air rights developer providing more or less.
And like, how much parking could the air rights developer propose here? Is there a total that could be proposed? And I know you can't go super deep this site because there's water table issues, and if you're going to go deep, it's exceptionally expensive. So just is there a max number or a minimum number we should be allocating here? And if they can build more, I don't understand why the city would want to build at a cost to us the parking that we're proposing to build. So just if I can get some more answers on what the parking might look like, because the last thing we want, I think, is more cars in and out of the site given the congestion. So, and I appreciate the removal of the minimum cap. I think that makes sense. The removal of the parking ratio piece. But I want to get clarity on like how many parking spaces could we end up having here?
Mr. Mayor, this motion just provides the air rights developer ultimate flexibility in terms of providing different unit sizes or more units. And should the air rights developer in their own pro forma believe that providing more underground parking within their parcel, say a second P2 level, that would be up to the private developer to make that financial decision.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I think I have a motion speaking to some of this later on around the parking ratio and the encouragement of purpose-built rental. And I guess the fundamental point I'm trying to make is that it's exceptionally expensive supply here, and we ought to be looking at, as we heard from the Alliance to End Homelessness at committee, we ought to be looking at affordable supply, be it rental or under the average market rent that we're seeing, instead of just adding exceptionally expensive supply to this site, because it is expensive here. It's like expanding the urban boundary. And so I want to make sure that we're doing this right. I don't have a problem. My big fundamental issue is with the design. So I don't have a problem with more units on the site. I want to make sure they're affordable. I want to make sure that we don't have a bunch of increase in parking if we're going to do it, and that if we're doing it, it's with good urban design, as we've heard from the Urban Design Review Panel, our heritage experts, our planning staff. So I'm supportive of more units on site. I want to make sure, though, that we're doing it right, and that those are the considerations that we need to make. So perhaps I'll ask staff how those considerations can be woven in to this. If it's not explicit in the motion, what can we do to make sure those considerations are top of mind when you're doing the RFO?
Mr. Mayor, there'll be a series of ways that staff can dovetail those standards into the air rights developer. One would be the RFO process. Staff will be bringing forward criteria for council, should council approve with this plan on the RFO for the air rights. And then the other steps would be through site plan and through further urban design review panel review with the actual air rights developer at the table with the site plan.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank Councillor Gower. We've been working together on chatting about this. I think it's important to recognize the third tower discussion was exactly where my head's been at. I'm looking at Dawn. What is our vacancy rate right now in the city of Ottawa?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The most recent update was 2.1%.
It's pretty low. And unless we start flooding the market with more units, we're not going to see the people that want to actually get in. And don't get me wrong, I think it's ridiculously expensive. I see bachelors going for $2,300 a month. We can't control that. That's out of our realm. But if we actually get more units on the market and stop sucking and blowing and trying to get more units into the area versus what we see now, which is a lot of councillors, and we just removed parcels outside of the Greenbelt collectively, with good reason, to go and have a second look, we will never achieve our targets. So I want to thank Councillor Gower for working on this. I will look forward to the rest of the debate. I'll most likely withdraw my motion because 700 plus to 1,200 is a big delta. And if we have the opportunity to throw in a few more 100 units, this is good news. This is what we want to do. I know we want to have deeply affordable units everywhere, but the reality is if we don't start investing and getting more units in the city of Ottawa, we're going to have a greater problem. And I've sat through discussions over several days, and I'll continue to sit here, even if it's through the weekend, about the fact that we need more housing in the city of Ottawa. It's important, whether it's deeply affordable or not. And the sooner we can realize that, the better. We've been playing Mythbusters here for a few days. We just got an email a few minutes ago from a local BIA, myth-busting some other facts in regards to the local councillor in response to their support or not support of Lansdowne. We have a lot of opportunities today. I'm going to support Councillor Gower, and if it passes, I will withdraw my motion. But at the same time, let's meet reality. We got to build homes. We got to build them quicker, and we've had land removed. We're not going to be able to achieve that unless we actually push forward on what we actually say we're going to do and not be hypocrites. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Conseiller Plante.
Alors, si j'ai bien compris, on est juste en train de discuter le nombre d'unités.
If I got you right, we're only discussing the number of units, eh? So we're just discussing or deciding on the number of units and the height. And the person managing the site, we don't know who that will be. Is that right? Yeah? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We made a housing pledge that we are looking to have an additional 151,000 units in the city of Ottawa within the next 8 years. And I really don't know how seriously we're taking this as we talk about, reticence for infill development, whether it be at 1081 Carling, whether it be on Montreal Road. And now we're talking about it here at Lansdowne. We have an opportunity to increase residential density. And I don't think it really resembles in any way the expansion of the urban boundary. This is infill development downtown, an opportunity for us to reinforce a 15-minute community. And to me, this is really one of the biggest issues that I heard back from residents about. In a time where we're trying to improve affordability for residents of the city of Ottawa, We have an opportunity to improve the density on this site, and it does not need to be affordable housing. Affordable housing and deeply affordable housing, those are components of this spectrum that we need to invest in and that we need to see growth in from a housing perspective across the board. But we can't afford as a city to put everybody into affordable housing. You know, the middle class need to pay for their house. That's the way it is. And if we think that we can put everyone into some form of rent geared to income housing, well, we're going to bankrupt our city. We need to set the conditions for good economic development so that people can get good paying jobs. And then the market needs to be incentivized through our zoning, through our city planning, to allow for, you know, developments of housing, market rate housing. And yes, there's a component of that that needs to be deeply affordable. I have an OCH development that's going in here in Barrhaven. We've got a fantastic low-income housing with the Haven through multi-faith housing here in Barrhaven. I'm fully supportive of components of that housing spectrum being deeply affordable. But in this debate, the opportunity to increase market rate residential density, it's a win. So I will be supporting this. I appreciate the motion coming forward. Thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Leeper?
Thank you very much, Mayor. So I'm generally supportive of the Gower motion. I do want to explore just quickly a bit more around the parking ratio that Councillor Menard raised. It sounds from staff like if they're able to find a way to add more parking without busting the minimum, that they're open to doing so. I just want to make sure that the addition of units in the two towers does not result in any more parking. And I don't know, Councilor Menard, it sounds like you have a motion coming that would exactly affect that.
Mr. Mayor, as I understand the motion, the minimum parking requirement would be removed. So it would create the opportunity for less or even no parking subject to the market. So it really provides the condition to provide less parking than the current recommendation.
But if you increase the denominator, the numerator can also go up and keep us at the same ratio. I'm just concerned that there's no maximum parking implied in this.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. There is no maximum proposed. I would point out that we will be coming back on the results of the RFO. This would provide, the flexibility to respond to the market at such time as we go out. So there will be that further touch point for council.
Okay, I'm inclined to support the motion in terms of putting more units in a proposal that's got greater height. I'll see what Councillor Menard is bringing forward. If we have the opportunity to impose a parking maximum, I'll definitely be voting for that. And I'm still open to a third tower as long as that would be put entirely for the use of deeply affordable housing with one of our not-for-profit partners. But I tend to agree in this case with David Hill, 100%. I think putting more housing on the site is worthwhile as long as we're not adding a lot more cars. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Troster?
Hi there. I just want to say, given the choice, I'd rather put the density into 2 towers rather than 3. We are taking away a lot of parkland here. And so the additional public realm space was a win for the community, despite some of the ways that it was characterized in the public. And I think the difference between 30 and 40 stories, if you have the podium right, it's actually not that noticeable. And let's not forget that yesterday, Councillor Dudas's motion that we all passed will say that anything above $39 million that we get for the air rights, 50% of that will go to affordable housing. So I think this is a win overall. And I hope, Councillor Tierney, if we pass this, that you'll withdraw your third tower motion and I'll withdraw my amendment to that motion. I think it's kind of a happy medium. Thanks. I'm happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Lowe?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to build on the one of the questions that one of my colleagues earlier had about the parking, and I know Sean, Mr. Moore, you had said this provides the flexibility for the air rights developer to build more or less parking. I know the intention is less, but they ultimately do have the option to build more as well if we remove that minimum, right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, they would have that option.
And if they do, the way that the parking's being funded right now, it's coming out of the parking reserve to be repaid. Is that portion neutral, revenue neutral?
Mr. Mayor, if I understand the question, any additional parking based on the new units from this removal of the cap would be borne by the air rights developer should they want to go further underground under the retail podium.
So regardless, the city would be at most $18.6 million for the parking, which we'll get back eventually.
Mr.
Anyway,
Mayor, that's correct.
Cool. Thank you. I guess, yeah, a quick comment. I do agree with Councillor Hill about the housing. It's there is a balance of building more and building what type of housing. A lot of times when there's affordable and deeply affordable housing, the amount of things that those residents will need to ensure they are cared for, like subsidized transit or these or services that are similar to the wraparound services that supportive housing offered, like that would be taken away if we increased our debt. I'm worried about. So I'm supportive of the motion, and I appreciate the discussion around the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. There are two towers now that exist on site. One is at Bank and Homewood, and the other tower is on the west side of the football stadium abutting Bank Street. What are the heights of those two towers?
Mr. Mayor, I believe the residential tower is 22 stories and the office 6 or 7? 6, I believe. Yeah.
The one at Homewood, though, I think is a bit taller. Is it not?
Sorry, you're referring to the office building?
9? Okay. But the max is 20. The tallest one right now is 22. Okay. So the proposal before us will provide more housing. That's good. It will provide greater profit for the builder. It's good for them. Can we put as a condition of sale of the air and subterranean rights the requirement that now that we're adding 150 units, that X number of units be dedicated to affordable housing? I think that we were touched upon this yesterday, but is that a possibility the city could consider?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify, we're not adding 150 units. By removing the cap, we're providing the flexibility for that opportunity. So should the air rights developer in 2030 come forward with a unit mix, unit size, they'll have opportunity for more units, but we don't know at this point how many units they would deliver.
This motion, though, provides the opportunity to increase the yield of up to 150 units. Is that not correct?
Mr. Mayor, it's an estimate of what it could yield.
So my point in my questions is, yes, more housing is going to be provided, but given that this puts more money in the developer's pocket who develops the site, why would we not put a condition of the sale that says, all right, you're going to yield more from this development now because today we're going to provide up to 150 more units? Why would we not say that there is a requirement to include X number of units as affordable housing units?
There would still be an impact on the funding strategy if, depending on the mix and the size of those units, anything over and above, let's say they manage to build more units, their rights perhaps value would be higher, then that 50% would be going to affordable housing. So that's how we're accounting for that. It's still more expensive to build affordable housing on the site, and those impacts to the city, contributing more equity, losing the property tax uplift because they are affordable housing still apply.
So the argument is don't put that requirement in there because at the end of the day, we will yield more for affordable housing for all the arguments that you've provided than if we were to put this actual requirement in the sale.
It depends on where we end up. I can't.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate
that.
Okay. As far as the actual motion, yes, absolutely. I support this. To me, this makes sense. I think we'll hear some other issues if the motion about 3 towers goes ahead about some concerns in that area. But as far as maximizing up to 40 stories for the 2 towers, to me, this makes sense and I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From what I'm hearing, the potential of a 3rd tower is going to probably be withdrawn, if I'm not mistaken. So this is a compromise to get more units. I do know that Heritage Ottawa raised concerns about a 3rd tower, so this might be a good way to get recognize their concern. More units is good. Obviously, I support affordable units, and we want to see that money maximized for sites, and OCH has lots ready. So I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Gower, are you there to wrap up? Okay. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. And I also want to thank Councillor Chaucer for raising the consideration that 50% of any additional air rights is going to go into affordable housing. And that makes it easier to make the decision not to require that the affordable housing be built on site. But I do want to address the question that I think is implicit in what Isabel just spoke about in terms of the housing, affordable housing being more expensive to build at this site. I don't think that our assumption is necessarily that it's going to be Ottawa Community Housing who builds affordable housing or CCOC. That affordable housing could be housing that is constrained by covenant or whatever site plan agreement to be at average market value, or something like the RCFI program that CMHC offers, in which the housing is required to be offered at 20% below AMR for some period of time, 10 years, 20 years, whatever that number is. When we're talking about requiring affordable housing on the site, I don't think we're necessarily talking about requiring that they make some of those property rights available to be exploited by Ottawa Community Housing. It could just be requiring the developer to rent some of those units at a price that might give more people an opportunity to live at this premier location. So as we're thinking about affordable housing requirements, while I'm not going to go down the path of asking that be required, it is a possibility and it is a scenario.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I'm back on the list. Something that Councillor Brockington actually brought up, and which kind of sparked something in my mind. If we're removing the unit cap increases the profit potential of the developer, but it also increases the bid potential, let's say, of the air rights sale, right? It could. So, that money can then go towards paying off more of it's more money that goes towards paying off the debt, which then kind of reduces that load for us to help, which we need for anything and everything. So, okay, cool. You didn't have to say anything.
Yeah, and it would be
nods help.
It would be 50%, and the 50% would go to affordable housing.
Okay, clearly I was just thinking out loud to myself, and I didn't need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. So this is up to 920 units. We don't know if they'll achieve that, but just doing the math, if they went from 770 units, which is the current unit cap, to 920, that's 19.4% more units. And I did the math around that, what that would mean using our new 50-50 formula for any air rights above 39 million. And we could, assuming that the math works out exactly as it should, we could achieve 13.05 million in money for affordable housing. whereas before it would have been 9.25 million. And by the way, Councillor Dudas's motion takes us from 11.65 million to 13.05 million. So it does make a significant difference, right? And I know there's been a lot of talk about whether or not we should include that component on site, but we should not, because the more that we can put towards cash, build off-site, shovel-ready projects, they can be affordable housing in perpetuity and not subject to 20 years or what we often do when we're talking about inclusionary zoning. There's a huge benefit to building off-site. And what this is trying to achieve is just take away as many constraints as possible on the bidders. So we've taken away some of the unit cap going up to 920, taken away the parking minimums, which again creates more flexibility. That's how we can maximize the bids that we get and send as much money as possible to affordable housing and to offset the debt that we'll be taking on. That's it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Menard.
Sorry, just wanted to say, yeah, no, thanks for that, and I appreciate those comments. It makes there's a lot of sense that's made with that. I do think units on site, the value of those is very, very high, because I think it's about just under $500,000 to for those units, and then it's a bit more to construct on site than offset. But if we had affordable housing on site, that amount would really outstrip the amount that we're talking about here. All that to say, still supportive of the motion. One question for staff is, does this still leave room for, there's a hotel being proposed with the tax revenue coming from the hotel? Does that leave room for it? Would that be part of those units? There's 111 units for the hotel that were being proposed.
Mr. Mayor, yes, it does.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor. I'm supportive.
Okay. Thank you. Is the motion carried? Thank you.
Carried.
Excellent. All right. Next motion is from Councillor Menard regarding requiring adherence to city standards.
So, Mayor, this can be pulled if that third tower piece is being pulled. Okay, so we can.
So we're withdrawing that motion, and we're withdrawing the third tower motion. Yes. Okay. So let's move. Let's continue this pace and move to the motion encouraging purpose-built rental. Councillor Menard.
Okay, thanks very much, Mayor. I spoke to this a little bit in my comments, but I'll read through. Whereas the city is currently in a rental housing crisis, and where the city continuously experiences a low vacancy rate, as we heard earlier, for rental units, and whereas building rental units at Lansdowne Park would assist in improving the city's vacancy rate, and whereas traffic congestion on site along Bank Street and throughout the neighborhood adjacent to Lansdowne Park is a serious issue that hinders the success of Lansdowne Park, and whereas car ownership tends to encourage increased car usage and increased car traffic, and whereas increasing the number of parking stalls available encourages car ownership and increased traffic, therefore be it resolved that the following items are criteria included for consideration in the upcoming request for offer for the air and subterranean stemming from the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal. Constructing purpose-built rental units rather than condominiums. And that parking ratio piece, obviously we've just removed it through motion, so that second part could come out. So it's just encouraging more purpose-built rental units than condominiums. So that second piece, their second bullet is fine to be removed as a result of the Gower motion.
Okay, so just to be clear, the therefore be it resolved would just have the one bullet point. Is that right?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. And I think this motion should be passed. I think a lot of us would agree that it is better to increase the amount of purpose-built rental that we have in the city. Mr. Herwai just spoke to us about the low vacancy rate. In terms of mechanics, the motion only speaks to consideration of building purpose-built rental. And I think that's appropriate, and it should make it palatable to everybody around this table. But from staff, if this motion passes, would you then take that direction and build that into a scoring criteria for bids that would be approved by council? I'm just interested in the mechanics here. So as you're looking at a procurement model and coming to council with a procurement model, is a scoring grid with the various weightings for the different considerations something that this council would have the opportunity to weigh in on?
So if council would directs us to, we could consider it, but the current funding model assumes 2/3 rentals, 1/3 condo. The funding strategy assumes that the market would determine what would the requirement would be. This is several years out too, so the requirements may be different when the RFP actually goes out. And so limiting it to rentals, which actually reduce the amount of property tax uplift that we get, could impact, I'm not saying it will, but it could impact the funding strategy.
But I think the spirit of Councillor Menard's motion is to make, to give rental a stronger weighting when we're considering rather than limiting. So I'm hoping that that is something that we can pass today and then be able to take a look at how you provide the different weights in a proposed scoring grid.
Mr. Mayor, I think we can look at that in the criteria for the RFO. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we will come back to council with the results of that process. And if there is a large discrepancy, there will be a decision for council, to make at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Carr?
I'm not convinced. I still need to ask a question. I just wanted to know, so Mr. Hawaii, you said that it could be included in the RFI?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it could be included as a scoring criteria. Not that it's mandatory, but that I think what Councillor Leeper was suggesting, that they would receive a higher score if there was more rental.
Okay, would there be any risk to the developer in having that in there? Because my understanding is, I understand the condo market, the new condo market is virtually non-existent at this point, but condos are sometimes preferable to a developer in terms of the fact that they can sell up front, correct? As opposed to having to finance everything themselves. Would there be any risk in terms of, or if it was just a elective criteria, it wouldn't necessarily be a concern?
I think the risk would be twofold, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Jasmine indicated the potential impact on the funding strategy, and the other risk would be that you're narrowing your options in the process in terms of developers, builders that would be interested.
Okay, but you feel that if you left it as an elective criteria or a non-mandatory scoring criteria, that it would be fine and you could support that?
Mr. Mayor, as I understand it, we would not preclude other bidders. I think the intent is to weight the scoring higher for rental.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Gower?
I guess going back to the previous item, any constraints we put on this affects the amount of money we have for the project as a whole and the amount of money that may go to affordable housing. And I'm not yet convinced that adding this, even if it's for consideration, wouldn't come back to bite us next year. So I'm going to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. And I just want to clarify, Councillor Johnson, I'll go to you in a second. I just want to clarify, though, just to be clear, staff do not support this motion. Is that correct? Because it provides too many restrictions on.
Yeah, I think as Ms. Jasmine indicated, the potential impact on the financial strategy and narrowing our market are the concerns. Yeah,
right. And if we even put it in the scoring criteria, it could affect the amount that we get for the air rights, and it could affect, if the development goes ahead, it could affect the tax uplift. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we're talking about properties that are going to be built potentially in 2030. Correct. So we don't know what the market will be in 2030 for rentals versus condominiums.
That's correct. Historically, that market changes. Right now, rentals are stronger than condominium, but that could change in the future.
Yeah. So you want the greatest flexibility possible, and a decision could be made at a future time, presumably by council, if a future council chose.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. We would be coming back to council with the results.
Okay. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I indeed understand the idea that if we were to put the scoring criteria in, that perhaps we would not see the bidders that we might expect otherwise. So I understand the rationale there. I was wondering when it comes to the idea that we would, choose a proponent that would create risk within the full financial model. Would that decision not trigger that escalation of risk, or that trade-off or that choice not trigger that escalation of risk that we talked about yesterday, whereby staff would come back to council and say, look, you put this criteria in and we have a choice in front of us. One is that we do the rental thing, or two, we risk the whole financial model. Like, would that not be something that would come back to council in 2030 or whenever else to be able to understand what the trade-offs were? That wouldn't be done independently, I'm sure.
Mr. Mayor, I think that would be something that would come back to council. Hypothetically, if project scored high on that particular criteria, but there was a $20 million difference in terms of contribution to the financial model, I think that would be a decision that council would be making at that time.
Okay, thank you. So I do think that's actually, I'll continue to listen. I'm not too sure how I'm going to vote on this, because the first part of suggesting that people don't bid based on the criteria is somewhat compelling, but let's not forget that the risk escalation is not intended to be done in isolation within the bureaucracy, that risk escalation is going to come forward to committee and council as described yesterday by staff. And so we can continue to check in as we go through these motions to talk about when those thresholds of escalation might be. I think they are really of interest to council and committee as we work through this complex deal. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. A question I have is when does that bidding happen for the air rights for staff?
Mr. Mayor, when we mentioned staff would come back as one of the gates in Q1 2024 for the procurement model, we would ideally come back at that time as well for the criteria, for council to understand the criteria, and then after that we would go out with the air rights request for offer.
So it'd be between the next gate and the last gate, essentially.
That's correct.
Okay, and so if we place that criteria now, not knowing what the market will be like in 29, I'm assuming like when building starts, that adds a lot. That adds to the risk that some of my colleagues have mentioned, right? In terms of maximizing the potential of that for the developer and for the city.
Mr. Mayor, staff, one main reason we don't support the motion is because we want ultimate flexibility to help the project.
Yeah, that's what I was trying. Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Menard.
Just on wrap up, Mayor. We've removed the second bullet point in here. What we are considering right now is that the criteria just to my councillor colleagues, that they consider in the upcoming request for offer. So it leaves it up to staff, but it signals that this council believes in rental housing. We just heard about the rental shortage that we have. And if we're going to say that 2/3 are going to be rental on site, that needs to be a pretty significant consideration in the RFO. I don't know why we would want to oppose staff considering this in the RFO. It's giving direction that council wants more rental housing, that we've got a rental housing crunch, and that this criteria is something that they consider. They may end up shaping that criteria as they move along, but and which is the motion leaves open. It does not mandate this, but it says council wants more rental housing. We just talked about rental housing here. We are adding units now, Mayor, which we've heard from staff will contribute to the financial model that they've put out there. So if we're adding units, let's try to make those units rental units that we're adding. So it's just giving a council direction to say, please consider this. It's important to council. They will have the ultimate authority in the RFO, as we've already heard. But this motion says, consider this topic. So I think that's fairly innocuous. And I think council does support more rental housing. Let's make sure we're putting our words into action. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Sorry. Okay. So just very quickly, I'll just say, for the reasons that Councillor Gower outlined, I think we want there to be as much flexibility as possible for what we're trying to achieve with whatever the bid is to generate the most revenue possible to go towards affordable housing and the most revenue possible to go towards the financial model. And I just want staff to have as much flexibility as possible in that. So I don't support the motion, but let's go ahead and vote, please.
Councillor Kitts?
No.
Councillor Luloff?
No.
Councillor Troster?
Yes.
Councillor Hill?
No.
Councillor Kavanagh?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor Gower?
No.
Councillor Lowe?
No.
Councillor Devine?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
Yes.
Councillor Brown?
No.
Councillor Desroches?
No.
Councillor Carr?
No.
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse?
No.
Councillor Kelly?
No.
Councillor King?
Yes.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Councillor Johnson?
Yes.
Councillor Curry?
No.
Councillor Bradley?
Yes.
Councillor Plante?
Oui.
Councillor Dudas?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe?
No.
10 yeas, 15 nays.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a motion on enhancing pedestrian experience in Aberdeen Square. Councillor Menard?
Yes, thanks very much. I'll just read the therefore be resolved, and then I'll just thank a few people. That staff be directed to explore making the Aberdeen Square a more pedestrian friendly and hospitable area that could include the closure of further reduction or through traffic within the square, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. I'll just motivate slightly, Mayor, and thank Councillor Gower for working with us on this motion. This has been something that our team has been working on for several years now. I know there are times that OSEG and the city do close that space off, and it's a much more enjoyable space when that happens because the delineation in those areas is not as clear as it should be. I understand there are leases in place as well that need to be worked through, how this might work out in the future. And I know staff have been tasked with it. Staff also did a good job in consultation, and I think it was broadly supported, and staff comments during consultation seemed to also favor this. So something that I think will add to the general positive experience on site overall. So hopefully we can support this, and thanks to my team in particular, John, Miles in my office that have really worked on this quite a bit over the last several years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Menard, and thank you, Councillor Gower, and thank you both for working on this and working with my office on it. I support this motion. Is the motion carried?
Carried.
Okay, next is a motion from Councillor Kelly on stadium and Great Lawn interface.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Whereas with respect to the report, Lansdowne Partnership Plan authorization to proceed to the next steps in the redevelopment, the new event center is being placed between the stadium and the Great Lawn. And whereas council has directed staff to ensure all opportunities to preserve active green space for community use be considered. And whereas how the event center meets the Great Lawn is an important design element that requires special attention to ensure we are providing the best possible experience for users and visitors to Lansdowne. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to advance options to increase and enhance the amount of public spaces on the Lansdowne site, including exploring options to improve the interface between the stadium and the Great Lawn, to enhance programming opportunities, improve access to washrooms and other amenities, and provide flexibility for community use. I think the motion is fairly self-explanatory, but if anyone has any questions, I'm sure I can answer them.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Menard?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Obviously, this is a fairly important piece here, and I want to make sure I understand what the motion is trying to do, because it's not clear to me. There is a hill that is loved at Lansdowne now. It is used for sledding throughout the winter. It's used for gatherings. It's used for watching sports from afar, and people enjoy it. So is this targeting that hill? What is this motion trying to do? I don't understand.
Yes, essentially, it's right between the stadium and the Great Lawn. So it's the relation between the two. So there'd be event space there, space cleared for gatherings. You'd be able to enter, use washrooms, etc. So oftentimes you'll see in front of other event spaces in North America, there's gatherings outside when events are happening inside. There's often screens put up outside so people can see what's happening inside. And I think that's generally the idea behind this motion is something of
so I have no problem with any of those things you just mentioned at all. I just don't want to lose the hill that we said is going to be maintained. It's going to be moved, including the artwork by Jill Ann Holt that was put there previously that had a incredibly important relationship with the stadium veil that was put in and that hill. So are we saying that we're going to lose the hill if this motion passes? I just need clarification from staff. I want the hill is supposed to be moved and maintained. I think everything Councillor Kelly said I agree with, and I like those options, but what are we getting at here? I don't understand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The staff would be taking from this motion that we would look at opportunities in that space, that it would be the next stage of planning with the event center being located where it is, and how can that space be best programmed and used by the public and the community. So it's looking at all opportunities.
Okay, and right now the plan is to keep the hill as I understand it, correct? It's to move the hill and keep it.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we do have to go through a full site plan process for the events center. So I would suggest that would be the avenue, for community input, what that space looks like in the future, and what council's take is on that.
Well, maybe I'll just provide direction then, because I'll support the Kelly motion, understanding that the programming space is important, screens and access to washrooms in and around that area, which are obviously needed. But perhaps I'll provide direction that we adhere to what we heard in the public consultation, that the hill is an important piece of infrastructure at that site, and that we should be maintaining the hill, moving and maintaining the hill. So can I provide that direction? Will you accept that? Otherwise,
I think that would have to be a motion, but which we can do. Sure. But I guess I would say, just let me ask this question, if you don't mind. Just this is not really about the hill in the sense that whether there is a hill or not, this is about the interface between the event center in its new location and the space adjacent to the event center, and trying to maximize the value of that interface space so that people can use the washrooms or people can hold an event outside the event space, correct?
Correct. That is the intention of the motion. The hill has to be moved. It's whether it's relocated or if is there a better solution for that space? At this point, we don't know.
So this is separate from the hill in the sense that regardless of whether there is a hill or not, this is about maximizing the interface between the event center and the adjacent space.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm hoping to provide direction that we do everything we can to keep the activities that occur on that hill present. And if you're forcing me to do a motion on it, I think it's a pretty simple direction. But if you're forcing a motion on it, then I think that's fine.
It depends on if you want to write a direction, we could look at that separately. But I think we can vote on this motion and then still look at what a direction would look like, or what a motion would look like separate from that. We still have time.
I just want to make sure that the plans that are in place right now in the report and based on public feedback, and I know the experiences there of people from across the city enjoy that piece of infrastructure. I want to keep that there and make sure we're adhering to what we said we were going to do initially. So, Mayor, I don't want to just pass this motion without some direction associated with it, or an amendment that makes sure that that is very clear. So I'm happy to support overall the concepts that Councillor Kelly has outlined that staff are speaking about, but I want to make sure that this piece is also clear in relation to this motion. So if staff have some direction wording, I gave a couple examples there, fantastic. Or if it's an amendment to this, that's fine. I just don't want this passing without that piece acknowledged in the motion, Mayor. So
okay, I understand your intent, but I'm suggesting that they're separate matters, because whether there is a hill or not, this motion is not about the hill. It is about the interface between the event center and whatever's adjacent to the event center.
So the hill is supposed to be right there, the part of the interface. So they're related. Mayor, I guess what I'm saying is there's rules of order here. I want to make sure that we've got either a direction or an amendment to this that states this piece as part of this motion. I support the rest of it. I just want to make sure this concept is clear, that we adhere to the public consultations and the public enjoyment of the hill, and that hill is to be maintained into the future as part of this motion. So if we can get either a friendly amendment on with it or a direction. And if you want to take a minute break so we can get that done, great. I just don't want the motion passing without some other caveat on this piece.
The motion will pass, but the motion will pass based on how we vote. I mean, I see it as a separate matter. I don't know how else to look at it, but whether there is a hill or not, I mean, if you want to have a direction to consider where a hill could be located as part of the site plan.
Well, the problem is you're saying whether there's a hill or not. And what I'm saying is that we've said there's going to be a hill in the discussions. Have we said that the hill was to be moved?
Maybe I can just jump in here, given that this is my motion. I just want to clarify something. So the hill that we're talking about now is sitting in the location where the new arena would be put. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
The current home of the hill and the future home of the hill are fairly irrelevant to the nature of my motion. Is that correct?
Well, Mr. Mayor, the hill shown in the renderings is the hill that we would, through this motion, look at how we would design that hill, how much hill we would have, how much stadium or event center we would expose, how much more plaza space we would have. What's the right fit between having a hill and having more integrated stadium event center with a plaza space? It's a natural progression through site plan.
So it's going to be moved anyway. So I don't see what the issue is here. I move that we call the vote.
Okay.
So what I hope is a friendly amendment, Mayor.
Motion on the floor to call the vote, Mr. Mayor.
Holy
it's up to the chair.
Unfortunately, you can't call the question because you were the last speaker. So
I call a vote.
Mayor, I have an amendment that I proposed on the floor that we adhere to the public consultations about that hill, that it was supposed to be moved. And I agree with Councillor Kelly that it's currently with the artwork by Jill Enholt is in that space now, and that was supposed to be moved. So
the question, so there was no amendment on the floor, as far as I know. There was discussion of a motion or a direction, but there was no amendment. Was there an amendment that was?
Mr. Mayor, my understanding, Councillor Tierney can confirm that he has moved that the question be put. I'm not sure if that motion has been seconded.
Councillor Luloff seconds my motion, and it's up to the chair to determine if the vote is called.
Okay, so the motion has been called on Councillor Kelly's motion, but so we vote on whether to put the question.
No, you just call.
We vote on whether to put the question to a vote.
There's no new information being added to this at this point. So we're going in circles. I've called the vote. Yeah. Unless someone disagrees with me, you can challenge the chair. I'm asking the chair to make a decision.
No, now my understanding is now we vote on whether to have the vote. Is that correct?
When a motion is moved to put the question, council shall first vote on the question of whether the question be put. So yes, Mr. Mayor.
So we're now going to vote on whether to have the vote. Go ahead, please.
Councillor Kitts?
Yes.
Councillor Luloff?
Yes.
Councillor Troster?
No.
Councillor Hill?
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor Gower?
Yes.
Councillor Lowe?
Yes.
Councillor Devine?
No.
Councillor Menard?
No.
We can put a motion.
Councillor Brown?
Yes.
Councillor DeRoche?
Yes.
Councillor Carr? Councillor Leeper?
No.
Councillor DeRuse?
Yes.
Councillor Kelly?
Yes.
Councillor King?
No.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Councillor Johnson?
No.
Councillor Curry?
Yes.
Councillor Bradley?
No.
Councillor Plante,
No.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
Yes.
16 yeas, 9 nays.
Okay, so now we'll vote on the question itself on the Kelly motion.
Can I propose an amendment now or no? Like rules of procedure, I have an amendment written out.
The answer is no to that. Is that right? I'll ask the deputy city clerk. You can.
Mr. Mayor, the question has been put as a result of the previous vote.
Okay.
Councillor Kitts?
Yes.
Councillor Luloff?
Yes.
Councillor Troster?
Yes.
Councillor Hill?
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor Gower?
Yes.
Councillor Lowe?
Yes.
Councillor Devine?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
Yes.
Councillor Brown?
Yes.
Councillor DeRoche? Councillor DeRoche?
Sorry, yes. Wait.
Councillor Carr? Councillor Carr?
Yes.
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse?
Yes.
Councillor Kelly?
Yes.
Councillor King?
Yes.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Councillor Johnson?
Yes.
Councillor Curry?
Yes.
Councillor Bradley?
Yes.
Councillor Plante?
Oui.
Councillor Dudas?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes, and I've saved us half an hour. You're welcome.
Mayor Sutcliffe?
Yes.
25 yeas.
Okay. Guess we didn't have to call the vote on that part. Okay, thank you. Next motion is on accessible only surface parking on Exhibition Way. Councillor Menard?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Whereas the increased provision of parking has a tendency to disparately increase the demand for parking, leading to an overall reduction in the ability to locate parking, and whereas there are many residents who, for accessibility reasons, rely on private automobile use and therefore on the availability of parking at their chosen destination, and whereas the best way to ensure the availability of parking for those who are, for accessibility reasons, rely on it is to provide accessible parking permit-only parking spaces. Therefore, be it resolved that all surface parking spaces on Exhibition Way be converted to accessible parking permit-only parking spaces as soon as practicable. Acknowledge that existing lease agreements between retailers and OSEG may need to expire first, and pending consultation with OSEG and the Accessibility Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lowe?
Thank you, Mayor. I understand and appreciate the intention of this motion. My question is, so first, is Exhibition Way, and I guess by extension, Dumarche Way, are they public roadways in the same vein as, let's say, Homewood, 5th, 3rd Avenue, etc.?
No, they are not, Mr. Mayor.
So they sorry?
They're private roads in effect. They're not publicly owned roads as per the municipal act, like Bank Street.
Okay, so in effect, there are no, like, it's not the same as trying to put fully accessible parking on Homewood then, and it wouldn't require any thing.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, staff don't support the motion. We heard at committee last week that OSEG has concerns as well. There are existing leases, drop-off parking, and so on. It would have an impact. While we're open to providing, more accessible parking where it's required and necessary, we can't support it as currently worded.
Okay. So based on that first answer, my understanding is the on-street parking, quote unquote, here is they're technically like private parking stalls as if they were in a parking lot. Then I don't know if that makes sense at all, but I think I get the essence of this discussion and the motion. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Brockington?
Thanks, Mayor. Have we heard from the public, the Accessibility Advisory Committee? Have we heard from OSEG for the need for more accessible surface level parking spots?
No, we have not, Mr. Mayor.
How many are offered now on this loop?
Mr. Mayor, I think that's a question for OSEG. I don't have that. We don't have that answer.
Do we know how many parking spots in total, accessible and non-accessible spots, are on the Exhibition Way loop?
Mr. Mayor, OSEG, I think, has that answer. I don't have the amount of parking spaces right now.
That was a long trip to tell you I don't have the answer, but I'll get you those numbers. But we haven't heard from anybody that we don't have enough accessible parking either on site above grade or below grade. In fact, they're usually obviously our last parking spaces to be filled up, but I'll get you the below grade and the above grade accessible parking.
What is the maximum amount of time someone can park on the surface level on Exhibition Way?
I believe the maximum hour is 2 hours, 2-hour parking.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Carr?
Hi, thanks. Is there a way for this motion to be referred back to the Accessibility Advisory Committee first for discussion with them? I know we've had at least one, if not two, discussions with that committee on Lansdowne itself.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of the procedure to refer it, but through the Lansdowne 2.0 project, going back to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, this is a topic, among others, that would certainly be brought up with them throughout the project.
Mr. Mayor, certainly a matter can be referred by council to an advisory committee for input, but the Accessibility Advisory Committee would not have the authority to approve this motion.
Okay, was that all, Councillor Carr?
Yes, sorry. I was just looking for the process. I understand they don't have they don't have an approval function, but I would like to see it discussed with the members of that community before there was any decision made. I'm the council liaison on that committee. So,
Mr. Mayor, staff can confirm my understanding, but my understanding of this motion is that it would include a consultation with the Accessibility Advisory Committee prior to any final decision being made.
So in fact, you've incorporated that into the motion effectively because it says pending consultation with OSEG and the Accessibility Advisory Committee, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Councillor DeRuse?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I was just going to highlight that fact, but I also have a staff for Sean, for staff. Like when we do proposal and we do site plan, we do have a necessary requirement, minimum requirement for accessibility parking. Are we or we don't?
Mr. Mayor, we do, but that would be for the private developers that we're speaking about the Exhibition Way, which would be a different context.
Thank you. But we will be actually consulting with the accessibility as the motion read, and we will be actually taking in review if there will be a possibility more for accessibility parking at that specific spot that we are talking about. Am I correct on that?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
And this, Mr. Mayor, to me, this motion, we should leave all the work to the city staff, and as highlighted in the middle, this project is really serviced by that, and it's serviced by that by all the city of the Ottawa resident. And I don't think we should determine as councillor who park there, and it should be only for accessibility. There's a lot of people in rural and suburban area depend on their car. And I'm hoping that this is not the topic that we're going to discuss today, but I'm hoping we have enough staff at City of Ottawa, we have enough stakeholder and group we can discuss, and they can determine the numbers. So I think we should move forward, and then let's move on the motion to vote on it.
Thank you, Councillor DeRuse. So just to be clear, do staff support this motion or not?
Mr. Mayor, no, we do not.
Okay. Okay. Councilor Menard, did you want to?
Sure, I'll just wrap up on it. I mean, we hear about this issue through our office because we're the city councilor office that has Lansdowne Park directly in it. Exhibition Way is one street. It does not include Marché Way, where more of the local businesses are located. So it's not the entire loop. We're talking about the entrance, the main entrance off of Bank Street into Exhibition as you go to Aberdeen Square. There's not many parking spaces there. There's very few there. And I guess the reason I'm bringing this up is there's a lot of overflow parking for accessible parking. And we know that because there's a no parking zone on streets like Adelaide that no one else can park on unless you have an accessible permit. And those fill up for big event days. Those streets where there is no parking, but it's for accessible parking, but it's further away. So there's a walk or there's a roll to get to that destination. Exhibition Way is directly on site, and it makes sense to have this type of parking available to folks who are having to park further and further away than being right on site and having that drop-off opportunity. So that's the reason we've brought this. Of course, it wouldn't happen right away. Accessibility Advisory Committee we'd have discussions with them. There'd be discussions as well with OSEG. And of course, city staff would have direction from staff to look at this and review it. So, you know, I think we've heard this, and I think it's an important motion to pass. Appreciate people's support.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry to ask a question after your wrap up, but just for clarity, just the staff are going to look at this anyway, right? This is going to be something you'll explore with the Accessibility Advisory Committee and with OSEG anyway. Is that fair to say? It's among the options we would consider.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's vote. Thank you.
Councillor Kitts?
No.
Councillor Luloff?
No.
Councillor Troster?
Yes.
Councillor Hill?
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor Gower?
No.
Councillor Lowe?
No.
Councillor Devine?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
Yes.
Councillor Brown?
No.
Councillor DeRoche?
No.
Councillor Carr? Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse?
No.
Councillor Kelly?
Yes.
Councillor King?
Yes.
Councillor Brockington?
No.
Councillor Johnson?
No.
Councillor Curry?
No.
Councillor Bradley?
Yes.
Councillor Plante?
Oui.
Councillor Dudas?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe?
No.
9 yeas, 15 nays.
Okay, thank you. Next is a motion on public realm enhancements. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. So whereas the public infrastructure and activation of the public realm at Lansdowne Park has proven to be a success year in and year out, and whereas there's untapped potential within the public realm that could further support the overall success of Lansdowne Park, whereas the original Lansdowne 2.0 proposal spoke to $10 million to $20 million of upgrades to the public realm at Lansdowne Park, and whereas the current Lansdowne 2.0 proposal provides zero funding for public realm improvements and no plans to leverage and enhance the success of the public realm, whereas there are improvements that could be made in advance of or currently to the reconstruction of the Civic Center and the Northside Sands, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to include $10 million of funding for public realm improvements identified by staff in document 2, strategic investment for plan for urban park and public realm to the May 2022 Lansdowne Partnership Sustainability Plan and Implementation Report as part of the project debt, and that the following improvements identified in document 2 be prioritized and undertaken as part of the initial work for Lansdowne 2.0. Redesign and reconstruct entrance to Lansdowne at Queen Elizabeth Drive and Princess Patricia Way to better accommodate pedestrians and bicyclists to ensure a clear pedestrian link from Aberdeen Square through the intersection of Princess Patricia Way and Queen Elizabeth Drive. Additional shade and seating throughout the site over and above what is currently planned. Forestry plan for the site, including floral plan along Queen Elizabeth Drive, improved splash pad and play area at and around the water feature, small band shell for varied events, and increased watchroom access. And Mayor, I'll just motivate briefly. The reason why I'm bringing this forward is that there is, staff have mentioned a lot of these projects throughout, and I think some of the whereas clauses could have been changed a little bit, because there is a plan eventually to look at this, but right now we haven't funded any of it. The only thing we're funding in this plan is the stadium and the arena, and we're not funding the very successful public realm portion. So this is a very low amount compared to what we're funding on everything else, and I just want to make sure that this is included, that staff have a funding source for it. I don't want to have parks having to go and fight for this every single year when we've said these are things we're going to do, we want to do it, but there's not a funding plan. So I'm hoping we can just carry the motion, and then at least there's a funding plan associated with these improvements that'll benefit everyone in our city.
Okay, thank you. But do staff support this? My understanding is this is effectively moving. It was originally going to be 1 million a year that would be going towards this. Is that right?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. It's $1 million a year over 10 years to tackle the plan, and staff do support the projects that the ward councillors talked about. Most of them have been consulted through several stages, and all worthy projects. Staff is also aware that within the existing 2024 budget, there is renewal money to get started on some of the work at Lansdowne. And so because of that, some of the work that this $10 million will eventually be applied towards will only start or be coordinated with the rest of the work in the park. For example, some of this would be towards Aberdeen Pavilion, but until the roof is done, we would not be spending other funds to improve that facility. And there's other examples like that. So the agreed to plan, where my department would submit an annual request for a $10 million or $1 million allocation each year, provide some flexibility to calibrate how quickly we move forward and the projects that we implement in accordance with the rest of the larger project that will take up the site.
So I'm sorry, just to be clear, you're saying that this would change the plan, that this would require the money to be spent up front instead of being spent over time, which you would remove the flexibility you were looking for?
Mayor, I think part of what we're saying is that there is no need for the $10 million up front, because even if we, with best intentions and even with a plan, some or many of the items could not really go ahead until the project work is coordinated. Some of it makes a lot of sense to implement. For example, electrifying the site to a greater degree makes a lot of sense to implement as part of the overall project. And so we wouldn't do it all next year up front. We will need to calibrate this over the term of the larger renewal project for it to make sense.
Okay, so just to be clear, Isabel, if you could answer, maybe just this, we would be adding $10 million to the project cost through this?
Correct, and that would be funded then by debt, $500,000 a year in debt servicing.
Okay, so it would change the financial model and add $10 million to the price, and would add to the annual cost of debt servicing.
Correct.
And Mr. Shenya, you're saying that this is work we would do anyway, spread out over time.
Yes, time is an element here because of the nature of the projects and the fact that other work will be going on at the site.
Okay, so then staff do not support this, to be clear. Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, I guess, Mr. Mayor, you just sort of asked the questions that I was going to ask. The distinction here is where the funding comes from and when. It's not necessarily that, we would find the money anyway or whatever. It's anyway, I shouldn't even have got my hand up. My apologies. You scooped me. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr.
I think I'm okay.
I know you're okay. Councillor Lowe?
I'm also okay. So some of the items that are in the motion here, so for example, the first point, redesigning and reconstructing the entrance at QED and Princess Patricia, I feel like we addressed like some of the pedestrian issues through one of our transportation upgrades motion yesterday. Would that, is my memory correct? It feels like a few weeks ago, but.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think that one was included. It was QED at 5th, not at Princess Patricia Way and the QED. That was not on the motion that you had approved, I think this last night.
Okay, you know what, I'll dig it up later. The remainder of the items here, the shade, the forestry plan, floral plan, splash pad, bench shell, and improving washroom access, like can that be addressed through the ward's cash in lieu?
It's a city outfit.
Yeah, it's a city park.
It's a city outfit.
Yeah.
Could you repeat the question for Mr. Chenier? If you don't mind, sorry, I was answering another question.
No, it's okay. So the remainder of the motion there, the additional shade, the forestry, splash pad, bench shell, can those be addressed through the cash in lieu, the ward's cash in lieu and the citywide cash in lieu, given that it's a...
Many of them do qualify, and we have used both ward and citywide CIL to do some. In fact, as the report identifies, we have, as part of this year's commitment to it, already purchased furnishings, outdoor furnishings, benches, planters, tables, to begin to create community space within the park using cash in lieu. So yes, most of those items, possibly not the one relating to Queen Elizabeth and the intersection, but most of the other pieces of that are capital improvements that enhance recreation and do qualify.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to assume that the washroom access can also be improved through the motion that Councillor Kelly had on the table earlier.
The washroom access, if it is a capital improvement, and in fact, part of what we've talked about is creating standalone washrooms to service the park portion and the rink, which was an original concept that was removed from the plan years ago. So from the point of view of it being a capital expenditure, yes. From the point of view of it being spending money to increase operating hours of the park, keeping buildings open later, those kinds of things, that would not qualify under capital projects.
Okay, thanks very much. And I did dig up a motion that we did pass yesterday, and it does include a signalized active transportation crossing at QED and Princess Patricia. So I truly believe that the public realm of Lansdowne Park is one of the largest success stories, but given that a lot of the items in this motion can be addressed without adding cost and debt to the project, I think we can. I think we should address it through regular means, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'm always trying to see if we can steer the conversation not only towards what might be the cost of any of these changes and modifications, but what might be the benefits of it. And again, I'm trying to amplify what I trust to be the concern that we want to use this historic opportunity to redesign Lansdowne for the broadest diversity of users as we can. And when I think of all of the enhancements that we're making, they are focused more around, clearly, the stadium and the arena. So based on what I'm hearing right here, it sounds like the concern, at least with the motion as it currently stands, is that there's a focus on very specific elements that could be, not will be, that could be addressed through other funding mechanisms over the years, and that might be better addressed through design. So I'm not sure if the concern is in the specific recommendations, but I also, what I see here is that when the community was originally consulted on this, there was, as it says in the motion, $10 to $20 million of upgrades to public realm. And now they have all been that money's all gone, and so that's to the community. That's a loss there. So I guess a small question just to the mover of the motion. Would the mover of the motion be amenable to keeping the principle of the motion, which is that there would be a $10 million allocation, half of what it used to be, or at least half of what the range used to be, but to remove the specific mentions? Not that I criticize the specific mentions, but to remove the specific mentions. Would that be?
So I think, I think Councillor Brockington, who's next, has a solution potentially. So, Councillor Menard.
All right, can I hear the potential solution and then reserve the right to continue?
Sure. You can always put your hand up again. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Councillor Brockington, did you want to?
Yes, Mayor. Just thank you. Trying to work on a solution that will be palatable to everyone. The essence of the motion is to identify and prioritize the initiatives that Councillor Menard has identified in this motion. And as we heard from staff, they agree that these are initiatives they want to pursue as well. But I think to make the motion more palatable and acceptable to finance staff, as well as to make two modifications to the wording that I would like to propose. And will you second?
Yeah, it's friendly.
Okay, so I'll mention what they are. So in the first line, it says, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to, we would add the word prioritize. And we would remove the words include $10 million of funding.
Or.
Correct, yes. And then in the fourth row of that same therefore statement, we would remove the words as part of the project debt. So this amendment, again, identifies the priorities to be addressed, but does not mention the exact dollar value. It still allows staff to do this work. And these are some changes that staff have recommended would be palatable to them, and they're welcome to comment on my motion. Thank you.
So can we just clarify first, Mr. Chenier, then Ms. Jasmine, if you would, on
Mr. Mayor, only to comment that the staff already intend to take the work that's been done through consultations to date, many of which that resulted in the list in the motion, and to create a plan and a public realm plan that will in fact look at prioritizing and sequencing the implementation of those projects.
Okay.
And by removing funded from debt, it goes back to from future budgets.
Okay. So you're satisfied that it doesn't have an impact on the financial model?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Brockington, for that. Is the motion carried? Thank you. Next is a motion on providing transportation alternatives for new Lansdowne residents. Councillor Menard?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just read in the therefore be it resolves that the city consider the provision of electric charging stations and car share programming facilities on parking that it controls at Lansdowne, and be it further resolved that staff include transportation demand management criteria, such as but not limited to the provision of car share programming / facilities, preloaded Presto cards offered for first occupants, and bike rental options in the upcoming request for offer for air and subterranean rights stemming from the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal. And it's just speaking to the fact that we're going to need these sorts of initiatives at Lansdowne if it's going to be a success. These are have been adopted in many other planning files that we've seen come forward, and it asks staff to to consider these pieces. So I want to make sure that we get a good breadth of modal share going to and from Lansdowne. This would help with new residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the mover of the motion. Just a point of clarification. Who are we providing Presto cards to?
That would be new occupants of the buildings, first occupants.
I'm assuming these are going to be apartments that I likely wouldn't be able to afford. I understand what you're trying to do, but are we going to give Presto cards to folks who could afford to live at Lansdowne? Doesn't seem like they'd be the most deserving or needy folks.
Could you repeat that, please? It's hard to, and maybe move a little closer to your microphone. It's the audio quality is not great.
I'll get back on the list, Mayor. I'll fix my audio problem.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lowe?
Thanks, Mayor. Question for staff then. When we provision and add electric charging stations on street, and I understand that Exhibition Way and Dumarche Way are not classified as public roadways, but when we do that, is there an internal process that determines the best locations for implementation, or are these kind of decided by local councillors?
Mr. Mayor, certainly we would work with Mr. Chenier's team and our parking group to look at any suitable locations like we have elsewhere across the city at city facilities.
And the addition of car share, to me, that sounds more like a site plan thing.
That is, Mr. Mayor, that is typically where that would most often come up through the site plan process. I think the motion here is to include it as criteria when we go out for the request for offers as one of the things that we're signaling.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you. But just to be clear, staff are generally supportive of this motion. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Devine?
Thank you, Chair. To a certain extent, I can understand the point that Councillor Brown was working towards. However, I do support the overall intention and spirit of the motion, and just so I can understand here to the mover, the point here is to put in terms criteria that would lead to us evaluating bids based on the applicant's ability to provide and plan for these transportation mitigation strategies that truly are in the city's best interest. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
And whereas I can understand that there's always concern about putting any kind of criteria above and beyond the normal that might limit bids, this one would help pull forward those that are more qualified to do what we really truly hope that they are qualified to do, because this is something that we are trying to this would help us solve many of our problems, correct? To the mover
That's
again.
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah, so I very much appreciate the innovative thinking behind this motion, and I really, really hope that we support this.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Brown, did you want, I don't know if your audio quality is any better and you wanted to come back to the point you were making? Okay, we'll give it a moment. Councillor Brown, if you wanted to, we're about to vote on the motion, but I wanted to make sure you had your say first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize for my audio problems. I've swapped computers. My question was, are we going to be providing Presto passes to the new occupants? Councillor Menard said, yes, we were. My concern is that these are folks who can afford to live at Lansdowne. I don't think I could afford to live there. And I guess my concern is just, if you can afford to live there, why would we be providing a Presto pass at taxpayers' expense?
It wouldn't be, well, just I can answer the question. It would be part of the RFO, so it wouldn't be the city funding it directly. We've done this recently at places like Bank and Riverside where there are large towers. The goal is really increase modal share to reduce congestion. That's what we're trying to accomplish all across the city, and I'd hope that a lot more developments have this included in it. A lot of new developments are unaffordable for a lot of people in our city. That's a fact. And I think you're right about that, Councillor Brown. This is more aimed at the modal share that we need to improve in this area, given the QED and Bank Street.
So it would be the developer of the building that would pay for this, correct? Okay. Councillor Brown?
Nope. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Is the motion carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you. Next is removing the staff proposal to build additional parking at a financial loss. Councillor Menard?
Thanks very much, Mayor. I want to have a discussion about this because it's in the report and shows a loss for us. So whereas the Lansdowne 2.0 report provides an updated cost estimate of 419.1 million that introduces 312 million in new debt and brings the debt servicing cost up to 16.4 million dollars annually, despite already precarious debt servicing funding sources. And whereas the Lansdowne 2.0 report currently recommends that 18.6 million be approved for the construction of a maximum of 140 parking spaces beneath the north side stands that are intended to be released to residential tower owners for private use only. And whereas the cost for these 140 parking spaces were not included in the updated cost estimate of 419.1 million and would increase the total project cost by an additional 18.6 million and annual debt servicing by an additional $1 million annually. And whereas the cost of construction for these 140 parking spaces has increased significantly beyond the expected revenue from selling and or renting these private parking spots and will only cover 40% of the construction costs. And whereas the remaining 60%, $600,000 annually, loss is to be paid using funds from city reserves, which could have otherwise been put towards citywide projects that would benefit the general public. And whereas the city would therefore use a significant amount of public funds and place additional debt on taxpayers to subsidize the construction of private parking spots, which will provide no clear benefit to the general public. Therefore, be it resolved that the recommendation 2D be removed from the Lansdowne 2.0 redevelopment report as written below. Approve an $18.6 million budget for the construction of a maximum of 140 parking spaces beneath the north side stands to be leased to the 3 residential tower owners and funded by debt with the lease revenue offset by debt servicing to be paid for that parking reserve. Be it further resolved that other options be considered to make use of this space that can contribute to the city revenues or benefit the community. Be it further resolved that in the event that no other use is identified for this space, $3 million be added to the cost of the Lansdowne project to fill the space left by the arena to be funded by debt and additional annual debt servicing of $150,000. Be it further resolved that any reduction in the value of air rights would need to be funded by additional debt. I don't think those last two are needed. Depends what we wanted to put in here in the space. Those last two be it resolved clauses. You can think about things like concert venues or, day-to-day activities on the 9 to 5, Monday to Friday dead zones at Lansdowne. But right now, as it stands, Mayor, this parking would cost the city of Ottawa a lot of money over those 40 years. It's not for the general use, this parking. It's for the towers that are being built. And as a result of Councillor Gower's motion, as I understand it, those air rights developers can choose to build the parking that they will need for those towers. The city would be subsidizing that significantly by building this extra spaces. So it seems like we would be paying for parking when the developer could be paying for that instead. I'll leave it there and welcome the debate.
Okay, thank you. And just for clarity, though, is our expectation that if the city were not to do this, that the value of the air rights would go down by an equivalent amount? In other words, the developer would then, if our estimate previously was $39 million for the air rights, that we would then only collect something like $20 million for the air rights because the parking is not being provided. Is that right?
Correct. There's offsetting benefits to adding the parking. It's the air rights. It's also the additional residential units. So you could technically would have fewer units to service by parking. So it could reduce the number of units by 60. So lost property tax uplift related to that. And if you were to build something in there, there would be a cost associated with building something else. So it's just an additional cost to the project.
Okay. So we would end up losing money on the air rights. We'd have less money going to affordable housing as a result and less money going to cover the debt.
Correct.
Okay. So staff do not support this motion. Is that correct? Okay. Councillor Bradley?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. Have we ever done this before, paid for private parking to support a residential use?
Can't think of any examples.
Just seems very odd to me. I mean, Councillor Brown just raised a question about why would we subsidize Presto cards, which what are they, like $6 a piece, and yet we're prepared to subsidize private parking at a loss of $600,000 annually. Now, Isabel, I think you had said that you hope that we won't be selling that at a loss by the time this project comes to fruition. What makes you think that?
Sorry, I was going to answer the first part of your question. What was the second part?
I believe at committee when this came up, it was that right now with the current market conditions, we're projecting that this will cost the city $600,000 a year, but that we suspect that the conditions will change or have the potential to change. And I'm just wondering what gives you that sense.
So the lease revenue would likely be escalating. So if it's costing more and more to build parking, the lease revenue that's attributable to that parking should also escalate to that same rate. So revenue could catch up to the cost of actually delivering that parking. And there's offsets to this. It's not just looking at the overall 600,000 that we lose every year. It's the savings in the air rights. It's also the additional property tax uplift that we would be losing. So it was a net benefit to the city or break even to add the parking. It is a city-owned parking, so it's our parking lot going forward. It is also to simplify the construction so that we keep it contained under our asset at the Northside stand. So there was a bunch of factors, not just financial.
Why wouldn't we recommend that this be public parking? And if the residential units wanted to pay for it in the future, they could. Like if they wanted to park there, as any member of the public could, they could, but why wouldn't we make it public parking if we're going to be subsidizing it?
We're trying to maximize the air rights that we could collect.
So could we suspect in the future on a public sale of land that we might build parking for a residential building to maximize air rights? Like, it's very odd to me that we're subsidizing a private parking.
This was a unique circumstance to accommodate the fact that we were ripping out an arena underneath our own asset, our Northside stands, and trying to keep the property under a city owned as a city-owned facility. It is very unique.
Yeah, I hope it's a habit that we're not in the future. And I just because Councillor Brown had raised, why we would pay for a Presto card for those who can afford to live at Lansdowne, why we would pay for parking for residents that can probably afford the extra cost that it might, be part of whatever, if they air. Anyway, I'm losing my point here because I think we're all just tired, but I just think that this is not a business that we should be in.
So I just want to ask for a clarification on what you just said. So just to be clear, this is also about the sequencing of the. Okay, so first of all, to Councillor Bradley's point, if we were selling another piece of city property and somebody was going to buy that property and put up a residential building on that property, we would not be paying for the parking in that situation. We would not be building the parking in that situation because we would not have other development going on the site and we wouldn't be a partner in that other development. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
So in this case, the advantage to us in doing it this way is that we build the parking at a time when it's convenient for the other development that's happening on the site, and that we build the parking in a cost-effective way that will add to the value of the air rights at least what the cost of constructing the parking would be. Is that right?
That's right, Mr. Mayor.
And again, if we did not do it this way, then we would have it would be more difficult to build the parking. The cost of that parking would be perhaps greater. And then the value of the air rights would go down by at least the amount that we're talking about in this case. And it would cost us more money, including money that would go to affordable housing.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Troster?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Just to further comment on what my colleagues are saying too, I think what's important here is a portion of this parking will be leveraged for the event center, which is a city asset, and it helps us retain ownership of the land going forward.
Right. So we would continue to own the parking. Some of it would be used for the residential building. Some of it would be used for the event center. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But it's just part of a better plan for how to do this, and will result in more money for the city in the long run, more money going to affordable housing.
That's the analysis that staff have done, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Troster?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Bradley here. I really don't like the precedent that this is setting, and to say the air rates might be less, but we're still spending almost $20 million on parking. Like, we could also just choose to invest in affordable housing and not have to come through this very strange rent or sell back parking situation. I'm just also concerned, can you explain to me one more time why this cost was not included in the $419 million total? Because when we add this, it's a $437 million project, but the parking was somehow costed out separately.
So it actually speaks to the earlier point about being able to spend it on affordable housing. It's money that's coming from parking reserves. It's costs that flow through parking reserves, revenue that comes through parking reserves. And we are not covering the entire cost of the debt for the 40 years, but we continue to own it past those 40 years. So we get revenue streams going forward. So it does break even eventually.
But my understanding is we will take a loss on the parking?
Just during the period of the debt servicing, and eventually, potentially, the revenues could escalate at the same rate as the construction costs too. So right now it's a conservative estimate that we would lose during the period of the debt. But once the debt is paid off, we continue to collect 400,000 in perpetuity escalated.
After 40 years.
After the 40 years with no debt. The debt paid off.
But the loss would not take into account the fact, the extra value that we're creating in the air rights, correct?
Correct. That is what is impacting the funding strategy.
Right. So we would take a loss on an operating level, but we would more than make up for that because of the value of the air rights.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure I state some facts. Again, the parking reserve is restricted from the sources where we can use that money. So the parking revenue goes into the parking reserve, restricted to be invested in parking infrastructure. This is an asset that we will own, so it's eligible there. We cannot take that money and invest that into a roads infrastructure or parks infrastructure. It is restricted to parking. Very similar to, I think the last city garage that we built was in the Glebe. Again, we build up our parking reserve and then we fund that out of the parking reserve to build that structure. In terms of the payback perspective, it takes longer than 40 years because we can't substantially charge the parking rates at that level to pay back the value of an asset to construct it. So this is similar to what we have done before.
So we could not use that money for any other purpose than parking.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington?
Thanks, Mayor. I acknowledge that this seems like an odd arrangement. However, Ms. Jasmine's explanation today is the first time I've had clarity on this matter. Number of public submissions, attending public meetings. There is strong public reaction to this, but they didn't have the full package of information to understand the economic rationale, which I understand. So it's not something I think we want to consider for frequent use going forward. But in this case, I think it bolsters the argument that this can retain the number of units, retain property taxes paid, provides more housing, increases bidding right capacity, and in the long run, we can recoup that investment. So again, I agree with past comments that this is probably not the route we want to take going forward, but it's something that I think with all information before us, we have to give some serious consideration to. I'll just say as an aside, the one parking issue that I really opposed the last term of council was $28 million going towards the underground parking at Asoke when we're right beside an LRT station. That one really made me feel uncomfortable when we could have had surface parking, but council decided at that point that $28 million was a good investment despite it being right beside a LRT station. So maybe not a one-for-one comparison with the one we're considering today, but appreciate the information that's come to light. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Lowe?
Thank you, Mayor. Question, I think I want to get a little more clarity around the numbers of this. And first I think the additional parking spaces that would be for the event center, these are 100% accessible spaces, if I recall correctly from the executive summary.
Mr. Mayor, certainly some of them would be. We've spoken to them being also accessible, and meaning that they're in close proximity.
Oh, that definition.
Well.
Okay, that's fair. If we were to, so moving on to my actual question, if we were to take out the parking, the amount of money we'd save, what is the difference between the amount of money we'd save out of the parking reserve versus the amount of increased debt servicing from the project by losing the 18 or by losing an equivalent amount from the air rights sale?
It's break even. It equalizes it. So by including it, we're making the funding strategy affordable. Together, they break even.
Okay. Oh, okay, cool. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to hold my nose and vote to keep the parking in the deal. I support and understand the arguments against, but I believe that this is kind of fundamentally one of the concerns that I have with the overall project, is that when you try and tease apart some of the pieces to ensure that you're within the business of a public entity, preserving the public interest, the entirety of the project comes into question. And so I just wanted to note that this piece is not ideal. I think it's unrealistic for us to imagine that we can vote here and not set a precedent elsewhere. That's not how history works. That's not how memory works. So, you know, I think we are doing something here that we could see repeated elsewhere. But I just wanted to demonstrate, you know, the position that we're put in when we're being asked to approve a project of this complexity with this many moving pieces, when really what we're trying to do is renew a stadium. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson. Just on the precedent, maybe I'll ask the city manager. Sorry, just on the idea of this potentially setting a precedent. I mean, I think it's important to know, in other circumstances where we would sell a piece of land, we would sell the piece of land and we would not continue to own the land. In this case, we are continuing to own the land and we would be continuing to own the parking. And this is in a unique category because it is a piece of land the city of Ottawa owns, and we are in partnership with the people who are providing services and building on the site. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's very unique, Mr. Mayor, and this also allows us to have that continuous ownership of which we believe council would like.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Desroches.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Since returning to council after 8 years, I'm a bit Rip Van Winkle on several files, and the parking file is one of them for the cash that we collect. And several months ago, I received an update from staff on that program in terms of the money that we're collecting. In the old days, the money was collected obviously to provide additional parking capacity and build garages. I don't think that's there's a lot of political interest in doing that. But what the program is doing now is starting to creep into other areas. So I noted that they're funding bicycle parking, that there's funding for park and rides. So really that program has changed over time. And I think, you know, what's on the table today is consistent with us evolving that program. So I'm just wondering if the treasurer can just talk about that evolution of the program. At one time was build parking garages, which again, there's not a lot of demand, and we have crept into other areas to put that revenue to good use.
Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. I can speak to when I joined back in 2014, it was more exclusive to what I would call truly direct. Since that time, we've broadened our scope through annual updates to council and updates to the annual parking strategy in terms of facilitating more mobile type parking options, bike racks as an example that we implemented. So that's part of our strategy each year that we come forward. I work closely with Elaine Ganche's team in terms of, you know, what's acceptable and what's aligned to what we should be including in that parking management strategy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I thank the acting treasurer for the answer. And again, I see this as part of is a unique circumstance, and it's part of the evolution of the program that we've seen over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Bradley.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, just to confirm though, we're building a parking garage with this money, right?
Mr. Mayor, correct.
Yeah, and I think Councillor Desroches touched on what I was going to expand on, is that what we can spend this money while not affordable housing has brought in quite significantly over the last number of years. So just a reminder that this is going to be a loss of $600,000 per year on what we could have otherwise been spending on things like bike parking or other active transportation priorities. So I'll just make that point. But what I wanted to get back on the list for was, Ms. Stephenson, you had said that some of this will be public parking. Can you confirm how many spots will be to support the event center use versus what we might potentially lease out to residential owners?
I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Moore, if he can answer that, or Isabel. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, in the proposal in the staff report, we speak to 35 spaces.
So 35 out of the 140 will be for the event center?
35 additional to what's provided within the existing underground garage, just in closer proximity to the event center, correct?
And what disservice would we be doing to the potential value of the air rights if we increase the amount of public parking in this?
So the number that we had, if we removed 140, we'd lose 60 units. So doing the math. 140 spaces equates to 60 units. Or no, that's not right. We'll have to get that number.
Okay, so if we were to increase the public parking availability, let's say double it to 70 spots, because it's what, 0.4 parking spots per unit. So you're saying we'll lose X amount of units? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Menard, did you want to wrap up?
Yeah, I just want to maybe ask a couple questions too. So yeah, I mean, that's no longer accurate. We've removed the minimum as part of the Gower motion. So we're not losing units here because we would have less parking. So that's not accurate. What we end up with could be zero parking in this if the city so chose. So we wouldn't lose units because the parking, because of this parking based on the motions we've already passed here today. And I'll just reverse your argument that all of a sudden the air rights would be so much less valuable. There's 2 points in contradiction to that. Number one is that we've said that the developer is going to build some parking here to serve those units that are going to be in existence. So it's their choice to build that parking. We're going to set out what we think that should be, but we could set that out to say, sure, maybe there's 250 spots instead of the 200 because of the additional units that are going to be on site. So that is a choice that that developer will make in conjunction with the RFO that would go out with city staff providing that criteria. The second reason why I don't think that argument makes sense is that over time here, we're taking a giant loss. We're taking a loss. So we're literally paying back the debt. It's $1 million a year in debt. Okay, so I don't think that all of a sudden that's $40 million over 40 years. So are those property air rights going to go to, $0? No, they will not. But we're taking a loss of $600,000 a year. There's $1 million debt payment every single year. So I guess if we're selling off the land for $39 million, we're having $1 million debt payment on that. So I guess basically we're giving back all of the profit that comes from the air rights sale over time. I don't think that there's a lot of people that want to live on site. Things are changing. This is a very walkable community. And a lot of people don't want to own a car in that area. In fact, a lot of people don't own a car in that area because you can get to everything by walking, taking transit. And correct me if I'm wrong, and I think Councillor DeRoche raised it, that parking reserve that we have isn't just, we heard a comment from staff that it's just for parking. It couldn't be used for anything else. But then we heard a clarification. My understanding is it can be used for transit now, that the province has opened it up. And we want to get people on motor share with transit, not more driving in this area. It can be used for active transportation, depending on the type of project, as I understand it. And it can be used for things like capital projects, for things like bike parking, that sort of thing. So that's my understanding of where it's evolved to. So to say that it can only be used for parking is not accurate. And I think we're trying to get people doing more modal share here that would actually save the city money at the end of the day because they're not driving in and out of the site. Our infrastructure is utilized in a way that is more efficient. So I think this can be argued many ways. The cost of this parking is clear. Staff have made it clear. It's going to cost us $1 million a year to service that debt, $600,000 annually. The $1 million in debt, that's more than the air rights we're predicting getting at $39 million. So, I guess my question is to staff, what is the cost of the servicing of the parking? You said after 40 years, we'll have it. What's the cost of servicing it every year, operations wise?
I don't have those details, but that was included in the overall costing of
$1 million was
the cost to maintain
the
and the debt servicing. It's the total. The net is 600.
Okay, I know the total of debt 600, but that was the capital cost, as I understood it, at the $18.6 million figure. My understanding is it did not include the operations cost going forward to maintain the parking garage in a good state of repair.
I will confirm if the 400,000 is net of cost of maintenance.
Okay, thanks very much
and
for that.
Just to clarify, so 140 parking spots divided by 0.4, which is the ratio that we're looking at, it's 350 units. And that equates to 1.4 million annually in property tax uplift.
I just want to clarify, Mayor, we've removed with the Gower motion that parking minimum. Thanks.
Okay, can I just, there was a lot of numbers in that. Can I just ask staff to confirm the numbers that Councillor Menard was using? Are those numbers actual? Is this, we're not spending $1 million a year and not getting anything back in return?
We're getting 400,000 back in revenue annually for the 40 years, pay back the debt, and then we continue to get that 400. And 400,000 is average over the 40 years. So it starts lower, it gets higher. And so in those later years, we're actually collecting more than 400,000 per year. And we continue to do so even after the debt's paid off.
Okay. And is this not, I'm going to use an analogy here, but is this not a little bit like if you have a property, let's say you own a house that you're renting out and you decide to sell it and it needs a whole bunch of repairs to it, and you can decide to sell the house as is, and the buyer will presumably discount the value of the house by the cost of the repairs. And say, well, I'm gonna have to put a new roof on this. That's gonna cost $20,000. I'm gonna have to put a new kitchen in. That's gonna cost $50,000. So I'm gonna lower the price by that amount. Or you could invest the money in renovating your property and then charge a higher amount for the property. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and you own it at the end.
Right. Okay. So for those reasons, I don't support the motion, but let's go ahead and vote, please.
Councillor Kitts?
No.
Councillor Lulo?
No.
Councillor Troster?
Yes.
Councillor Hill?
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
Oh.
Councillor Gower?
No.
Councillor Lowe?
No.
Councillor Devine?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
Yes.
Councillor Brown?
No.
Councillor Desroches?
No.
Councillor Carr?
No.
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse?
No.
Councillor Kelly?
No.
Councillor King?
Yes.
Councillor Brockington?
No.
Councillor Johnson?
No.
Councillor Curry?
No.
Councillor Bradley?
Yes.
Councillor Plante?
Oui.
Councillor Dudas?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe?
No.
8 yeas, 17 nays.
Okay, thank you. Next motion is engaging higher orders of government to increase accessibility to the site. Councillor Menard?
Thanks very much. Hope I can go through this one quickly here. Whereas Lansdowne Park is a prime destination for visitors and residents across the city with many urban attractions, including courtyards, heritage buildings, green space, restaurants, retail, and sports facilities. And whereas a key objective of the revised Lansdowne Partnership Plan is to attract 5 million visitors per year to the site. And whereas creating opportunities to enhance the visitor experience that are unique to Lansdowne Park will serve to achieve that objective. And whereas Lansdowne Park is located adjacent to the historic Rideau Canal, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And whereas leveraging this UNESCO site by exploring the option for boat access to Lansdowne Park via the Rideau Canal will expand the visitor experience, creating a unique gateway into the park along an iconic travel route and support the objective of attracting more visitors to the park. And whereas providing a safe connection for residents and visitors to access the site via canal boat access is critical, and a safe pedestrian crossing on Queen Elizabeth Drive at Princess Way supports that vision. And whereas the QED is under jurisdiction of the National Capital Commission and the Rideau Canal is operated by Parks Canada, and whereas both the NCC and Parks Canada are key partners in achieving this unique visitor experience, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to explore accomplishing the following objectives of the NCC and Parks Canada. 1, boat up access to Lansdowne Park, and 2, a PXO on the QED at Princess Way. Be it further resolved that Mayor write to our federal partners to request funding for these initiatives.
Okay. Despite my previous comments about writing letters, I am prepared to support this motion. Is the motion carried? Thank you. Next is a motion from Councillor Brown on examining options to offset costs and reduce risk. Councillor Brown?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the city, not the Lansdowne Partnership or the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, owns Lansdowne, including the stadium, the arena, and the retail space. And whereas future city debts for Lansdowne 2.0 plan will not be covered by the proposed revenues generated on the site, with staff estimating that the city will be responsible for a total of $419 million. And whereas the estimated total annual debt servicing requirement for the 2.0 plan is $16.2 million in annual costs, of which $11.2 million is expected to be offset by revenues generated through the plan, resulting in a net annual cost to the city of $5 million. And whereas certain revenues generated in the Lansdowne 2.0 plan, including revenues realized through residential and commercial property tax uplifts, hotel taxes, and the sale of air and subterranean rights, could be generated without the city's ownership of lands and assets. And whereas the Lansdowne 2.0 plan is expected to further increase the value of city-owned lands and assets, including through the creation of a $419.1 million asset for a net cost of $95.4 million. And whereas council could consider other revenue streams to further offset costs and reduce risks, including through the leveraging, development, or exploration of alternative uses of the city-owned lands or assets, not presently considered in the Lansdowne 2.0 plan. And whereas the city could reduce its debt liability, net cost to taxpayers, and other financial risks by leveraging, developing, or exploring alternative uses for certain owned city lands and assets. And whereas the costs, benefits, and relevant legal considerations associated with the leveraging, development, or advancing of alternative uses of certain city-owned lands or assets must be better understood to confidently determine what approach is best aligned with the city's interests. Therefore, be it resolved that following the approval of the final legal agreements for Lansdowne 2.0 plan, staff be directed to explore legal and financial options and report to council on the next steps that would be required to advance a business case, options assessment, possible land value appraisal, and explore the future development potential of all city-owned assets at Lansdowne that could be considered either before or at the end of the partnership agreement, and be it further resolved that as part of that report, staff provide the recommendation to council as to any revenue opportunities or additional studies that could be required that are in the city's interests to leverage any city-owned lands or assets at Lansdowne in the short to long term. Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your time and the time of my colleagues, and I'd like to thank Councillor Lowe for working with me on this, in addition to your office, Mr. Mayor. My colleagues should know I'm very concerned about the level of debt we're going to take on and the risk that this plan poses to taxpayers. And so with Councillor Lowe's support, we've drafted and put forward this motion to look at additional opportunities to reduce that risk and possibly the financial risk to taxpayers. There are no action items in this, Mr. Mayor. It is simply an information gathering exercise. I think having more information as we move through the process will ultimately benefit this council and potentially our successive one. So I look forward to any questions my colleagues may have, and certainly for the support of council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to ask staff for their comment in a second, but Councillor Brown, if you could perhaps in layman's language, for me at least, just help me better understand what your vision is here. What do you envision the outcome would be? I understand this is about information gathering, but ultimately, if we support some findings that staff present to us at some point, what do you envision the medium to long-term plan is here based on what you're presenting today?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Brockington. I don't want to presuppose any findings that could come from city staff. Ultimately, though, anything that would help reduce the taxpayers' risk and liability as we move forward with this plan over the next 4 decades would, I hope, be in the best interest of the city. I'm looking to ensure that we leverage every opportunity on the site to support the city's goals and that of our partners at OSEG, in addition to making it a part of the city that all folks want to attend. So anything I believe should be on the table that helps us do that. But again, there's no action items today. It's just for information purposes.
Okay, I appreciate that. And to staff, if you could just provide a comment, please? And ultimately, and I'm probably getting ahead of myself here, but ultimately, what could some of the information look like that you would present us as part of this direction?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Mayor. I think my understanding of this motion is really continue to look at other revenue opportunities that may help offset the city's contribution. So being the $5 million of which we're debt financing or paying through the tax base, and putting an eye to that on a fairly regular basis. And I'm going to say as much as we do that on a regular basis, that we continue to do that here. So the taxpayer amount of $5 million is reduced if we possibly can do that.
Okay, and so staff have the time, the resources, timelines to do that. I'm just trying to understand how much you would have already done that as part of 2.0, where you're looking at trying to offset as best you can the financial impacts to the taxpayer. Maybe you were limited, though, to the scope of the stadiums and the area where proposed buildings would be. Maybe there are other opportunities, and that's probably why Councillor Brown is moving this motion. So if you can confirm this is something that you can do and we can get it back in reasonable timelines, and then I'm willing to support that.
Yeah, staff are open to this, absolutely. And I would suggest to you that this is something that we do on a continual basis. We do it through our annual budget cycle. You've seen that this year in terms of what we brought forward with respect to savings.
Great, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Brown, I appreciate the rigor that you're bringing to protecting the taxpayer on this one. It's a lot of debt that if Lansdowne 2.0 moves forward, we're going to take on. And while I think, a number of members of council, not necessarily myself, have confidence in some of the offsets that have been proposed, it is still a risky proposition. But I am wondering what's left. The motion talks about things like land valuations, getting appraisals. I am wondering what is left in the Lansdowne parcel that could be exploited that is not already being exploited, where there would be any kind of political appetite to move into trying to create further partnership opportunities. The horticulture building is, I think, off limits. The Aberdeen Pavilion is, I think, off limits. The park, I believe, is off limits. What are you foreseeing? What assets at Lansdowne Park are you seeing where things like land valuation appraisals would even be relevant? I'm concerned that this motion seems to point to a desire to exploit Lansdowne Park with private sector partners even more than we are already proposing to do.
No, thank you for the question, Councillor Leeper. I want all information on the table so this council or successive councils can take advantage of any opportunity that comes forward. I'm not outright saying we should sell or retain anything. I want to make sure that a full review is done, and the city manager just indicated that this kind of practice is already ongoing. I just wanted to ensure we formalized it as we move forward. Reducing risk is my primary goal here. It is my greatest concern as we move forward. I want to make sure that we protect the city's investment, the taxpayers' investment, and reduce that liability. I'm not an expert on Lansdowne. We have folks around the table that are, Councillor Menard certainly for one. And so we want to have that information as we move forward so we can make the best decision possible as they come up.
It looks like coming up with a plan for a further sell-off of Lansdowne Park. And I don't want to go down that path unless I understand what the boundaries are. Unless it's very, very clear and there's good council policy around preserving the city assets for the public interest that are currently serving the public interest at Lansdowne Park. I do appreciate, though, the keen desire to offset some of the risk associated with the proposed Lansdowne 2.0 as we have it in front of us, because I think it does create a lot of risk. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Bradley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking at the therefore be it resolves in the motion, and there doesn't appear to be a timeline for reporting back. Perhaps the mover wants to clarify what his expectation would be from staff.
I left that open. Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Bradley. I left that open and up to staff. I don't know what the timeline could be, and I don't know what they could operate under. Also, if more information comes up into the future, I don't want to box us out or box us into something, so I left it intentionally broad.
Okay, thanks for that. When we had a motion in front of council yesterday around a mitigation strategy, staff had said how onerous that exercise would be. What I'm hearing from Ms. Stephenson is that this is work that's already ongoing. So you already have land value appraisals and you've already looked at future development potential at this site. You have that already accessible at your fingertips.
I think the difference here is based on what happens. I'm going to say every year of the partnership, we're always looking at what's happening. We're looking at our pro forma. We're looking at the results of that. We have done an extensive amount of work to date with respect to the report and the proposal that's in front of you today that lays out the business case. We've talked about some of the things that could potentially change in the future, and that work will happen over each year, depending on, what's happening and what's moving or potentially. And we will bring that back. So that's why you're not seeing necessarily a time frame with respect to doing the totality of this work, because we're going to continue to do that each year as we're reviewing the partnership, what's happening with that, how it's done, if there's other opportunities that might come forward.
So would you say this motion is redundant then to the work that staff's already doing?
I think it adds value in terms of our commitment to do that and bring it back to council.
And in the absence of this motion, if staff, was the intention of staff to explore options to reduce the what is right now $5 million cost to the city to service this debt? Was that the intention, to bring back additional reports that would look at how we could mitigate that?
It would come back likely through our annual report.
So that was the intention, that this $5 million is what you were proposing today, but that you were going to explore opportunities at Lansdowne Park to see if we could reduce that burden?
This motion clarifies that work.
And to Councillor Leeper's point, would staff interpret this that the sale of public land or reducing parkland as options on the table?
No.
So you would just be looking at, could you maybe give us some examples of what this motion could produce?
I'll be honest with you, I think that's a little bit difficult at this point because we have done that. We've done that in the past in terms of what you have in front of you today. And so the landscape changes. It can change frequently. It can change year over year. It depends on legislation changes. And that's really the work that's to come, or that view that's to come should something change.
Thank you for that. I don't think I'll be supporting this motion because it sounds like you're already doing this work. And of course, all the work that you've done to date to get us to this point, I think that if there were other opportunities that you would have found them and you would have presented them to us, because I imagine that this is the most fiscally responsible plan that you would put before council. So I don't think it's necessary. And I think that I would be concerned that in an effort to try to produce some result that you would be putting the sale of public land or parkland or perhaps other risky private partnerships on the table in front of council. And I don't think that that's something that there's an appetite to explore. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to follow up on the same lines of questioning from Councillors Bradley and Leeper, while I very much do understand and appreciate the concern of the mover to express caution over the massive amount of debt being imposed on the taxpayer, whenever I hear any kind of strategy that advances the concept of anything and everything should be on the table, that just increases the likelihood that what will be on the table might be used. And this motion does open up the door. When I'm looking at the language there, possible land value appraisal and explore the future development potential of all city-owned assets. This does sound like what would be put on the table would be exploring options for the sale of public assets as a means of reducing debt. And I can only imagine that there would be voices in the city that would be supportive of that. And so just because it sounds like staff is already doing the kind of work of what we can do to make the project as fiscally responsible as possible, unless there would be boundaries in this motion that would preclude those options from being put on the table. I couldn't support this motion because I think it opens the door where we don't want the door to be opened. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank Councillor Brown for giving me the chance to work with him on this motion. So when the proposal was first introduced, the current proposal that's on the floor now, one of my biggest reservations about the project was the amount of risk that we're taking, right? And a lot of this kind of hinges on the success of the site. There are a lot of assumptions, and the EY due diligence report has also stated that there are a lot of economic factors, a lot of performance factors of the sports teams, for example, that are, really and truly out of our control. So a lot of those risks have been addressed by the fact that this is sort of just a gate, and we're going to get more refined numbers and better information at the next gate anyway. But I think that, the fact that 2/3, I think, I don't actually know what the percentage of the park is now, even though it's all public land, a lot of it is now retail, it's residential. This is not stuff that's in a municipality's mandate. And, we can't reverse past decisions in that sense, but, I would never be open to selling off the public portions of, I'll put my cards on the table now, I guess. I'll never be open to selling the public portions of the site, right? The park belongs to us. The horticulture building will always belong to us. And Aberdeen Pavilion Square should always belong to us. But there are portions that are now kind of not in our, shouldn't be really in our scope anymore. And despite us not actually operating that retail, that's kind of the purpose. That's kind of one of my ideas, we'll say. But the motion does give us a lot of information, up to and including that option. It's not necessarily, I know Councillor Devine had concerns about opening that door, but that's not going to be our only option. This just explores and make sure everything is on the table when the time comes to reassess or rethink the situation every year. So that's just my thoughts on it, and I hope you will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
This is completely out of left field, maybe, but I'm wondering if in this motion, if it contemplates also getting more information on the provincial or federal grants that we could potentially access. I know the estimate was 20 million, I believe, in the documents, and certainly when you look at what, funding for Ontario Place, for example, I think it's 650 million that the province kicked in. Does that include these elements as well?
Can certainly incorporate that, yes.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. I've listened to Ms. Stevenson's answer to the question as to whether or not some of those key public assets would ever be on the table, and she was clear that it's a no. I'm also really sympathetic to where Councillor Lowe and Brown are seeking to find revenue sources to further offset the debt that we are taking on and the risk that other revenue sources may not be sufficient to meet the pro formas that staff have put in front of us. But this isn't something we have to solve today. I'm really uncomfortable that the motion that's in front of us doesn't have good explicit guardrails on it. And I'm wondering if the mover of the motion might be interested in withdrawing it today and coming back to council at some point in future with something that might see a little more consensus. No one is going to vote on Lansdowne 2.0 today on the basis of whether or not this motion passes. It's tangentially related in the near term, and I guess I would urge Councillor Brown to come back with something that is more constrained a little further down the road.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Leeper, and I agree with you. I don't think we're going to be voting on obviously the final item today, but this would give me the confidence to move forward. I know it gives Councillor Lowe the confidence to move forward, and in speaking with many of our colleagues, it also provides them with that confidence. So I'm going to leave it on the table and ask that Council vote on it today.
Okay, thank you. And just a couple of clarifying questions, Councillor Brown, just to be clear, you've left it from a timeline perspective open-ended for a reason, so that there's lots of time for staff to come back, because while we can presume that staff have already uncovered all of the options that may be evident at this time, circumstances may change in the future, in the next year or two, and new ideas may come forward, and those new ideas could include other ways to monetize the site through activities, through tourism, through other events, those kinds of things. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And again, just to be clear, I'll ask the city manager, when we're talking about options, there are many, many options available, as I just described, like other attractions that could be brought to the site, other things that could be bringing people to the site that would provide offsetting revenue to us. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So for that reason, I support the motion. Councillor Brown, if do you want to say anything else, or are you good?
I'm good. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Let's vote on the motion then, please.
Councillor Kitts?
Yes.
Councillor Luloff? Councillor Troster?
No.
Councillor Hill?
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
No.
Councillor Hubely?
Yes.
Councillor Gower?
Yes.
Councillor Lowe?
Yes.
Councillor Devine?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
No.
Councillor Brown?
Yes.
Councillor DeRoche?
Yes.
Councillor Carr?
Yes, can I dissent on the first therefore clause though?
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse?
Yes.
Councillor Kelly?
Yes.
Councillor King?
No.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Councillor Johnson?
Yes.
Councillor Curry?
Yes.
Councillor Bradley?
No.
Councillor Plante?
Oui.
Councillor Dudas?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe?
Yes.
19 yeas, 5 nays, with 1 dissent on the first resolution.
Okay, thank you. We'll move next to a motion from Councillor Troster, and I understand there's been that motion's been updated. Councillor Troster?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. If we could put that on the screen, I have the update here. I can start reading though. Okay. So whereas live music has a significant impact on tourism, tax funding, and employment in the province in Ontario, and whereas Council has made several commitments to supporting Ottawa's existing independent concert promoters, including the Ottawa Music Strategy, and whereas in May, Council passed a motion asking city staff to consider independent music promoters in any venue that receive tax benefits or funding from the city, and whereas independent concert promoters are defined as operations that don't have an affiliation, agreement, or partnership with a larger parent company such as Live Nation or AEG, and whereas Ottawa-based concert promoters have expressed concern over the rental fees at the current and future music venues at Lansdowne, therefore be resolved that Council approve that OSEG and city staff work with Ottawa-based independent concert promoters to explore the future opportunities for Ottawa-based independent concert promoters to utilize Lansdowne 2.0 and report back to Council in Q2 2024. So if I can say a few words about the motion. I'm excited to bring this forward with Councillor Devine. We're very lucky to have some amazing independent concert promoters in Ottawa, such as Spectrasonic, Debaser, Chord Productions. And I say that because many cities have lost their independent promoters over the last decade due to larger companies eating up the competition in cities like ours. Not everybody knows this, but Ticketmaster and Live Nation are the same company, and they've been in the news. Yes, they are the same company. Live Nation has a market value of over $20 billion, and Live Nation CEO has one of the highest compensation packages in the world. They use their extensive profits, and in a lot of cases, it means that independent concert promoters don't have a chance to be part of the market. And if this is a city venue that we're investing in, we want everyone to get a chance to play that room and for independent concert promoters to have a fair shot. We want to develop local talent and build up our local economy. We do want to attract the big guys, but we also want the little guys to have a chance too. Our independent concert promoters provide extensive economic and social benefits to our communities. They're the key to success for our local music industry. And many times over the last decade, we've said we want to be a true music city. And one of the most important aspects of that is protecting and helping the independent promoters who booked the shows, supported the artists, and cultivated the venues that give us the ability to even call ourselves a music city. And we've lost so many venues in Somerset Ward alone. So anything that gets built up at Lansdowne is going to be crucially important to independent music promoters. So that's why I'm proposing this motion, asking that city staff and OSEG work together with the independent Ottawa music industry to explore an agreement that makes future music venues and stages at Lansdowne financially accessible for independent concert promoters here in Ottawa. And also I want to thank city staff for working with us on this motion. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Is the motion carried? Thank you. We'll move next to a motion from Councillor Brown on waiving the public art policy. Councillor Brown?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Whereas Lansdowne 2.0 incorporates a contribution of $2 million to public art on site in line with the city's public art policy, and whereas Lansdowne 2.0 will continue to preserve and incorporate the public art created through Lansdowne 1.0, which predated the city's public art policy and reflects a $1.8 million contribution. And whereas staff have made every effort to present a redevelopment plan that respects the city's fiscal framework, incorporating public feedback and trying to ensure the project remains affordable. And whereas waiving the public art policy requirement for the Lansdowne 2.0 redevelopment project will reduce the capital contribution obligation of $2 million as outlined in the staff report, and will assist council in reducing cost pressures over the lifetime of the Lansdowne 2.0 agreement. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council waive the public art policy requirement for the Lansdowne 2.0 redevelopment project. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Simply bringing this forward as we've been making decisions yesterday and today on moving the project forward in the most fiscally responsible manner possible. I know we've heard from colleagues about investing more money in affordable housing, which this council decided to do yesterday. Very pleased to have been able to support that. But with the Class B and A estimates coming, trying to keep the cost as low as possible, I believe that public art is a nice to have, but not a must have. That's simply why I'm bringing this forward, but happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Hill?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Brown, for bringing this forward. I've got to admit, I've got mixed feelings on this. I'm looking forward to hearing the debate and the discussion on this topic. When I go to Toronto to watch the Blue Jays play, I really enjoy seeing the very unique caricatures that are all around that stadium. I think it really adds something to the public space. But at the same time, having had a few public art programs installed here in Barrhaven, one of the things that really kind of grinds my gears is that we can't specifically focus this program on local artists. And so I guess my question for staff is there a mechanism that either we could amend this motion or generally policy-wise, we could focus any artists that would be the recipient of the opportunity to support our local infrastructure art program be local artists within the Ottawa area? Is there anything that we could do from a policy perspective that would allow that?
Mr. Mayor, our current policy does not limit public art submissions to local artists, and for very good reason. Some of the projects, and if you think of the LRT project, for example, or some of our bigger Atasoke, others like that, there isn't necessarily an available pool of artists that can take on the scale and scope of the work that's being required. So by design, we've included national calls and our policy calls for that. Of course, in this case, if council wanted to direct staff to limit the call to local artists only, that's something that would be in the purview of council as an exception to our policy, and we'd be happy to follow that.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think I will wait and potentially come back on the list. If we're able to focus the recipient of this as a local artist, I would likely be willing to support this or to support the program. But in the absence of that, I'll likely be voting against it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Councillor Brown. You and I have had many conversations about the value of public art, and I'm not sure that I can convince you purely based on its aesthetic value, but, you know, studies show that investments in public art can improve street safety, provide tourism and new jobs, and combat social isolation and anxiety. There's a huge economic case to be made for public art. I know we want to see beauty in our built environment. We don't want Lansdowne 2.0 to be a monolith. Some of the things that are the most respected in Lansdowne 1.0 are the public art installations, the children's park, which is quite artistic in nature. This is the way we make our city a place that people want to visit. It gives meaning to the human condition. It provides cultural value. And this is, in the grand scheme of things, a very small portion of the budget. And to Councillor Hill's point, I will just say, if we're not going to restrict the developers that can bid for air rights, I don't think we should be restricting the artists that can be bidding for public art projects when it comes to this project. And, you know, I'll give you a perfect example. There was a design competition in Somerset Ward for a sculpture that provides a new gate at Cambridge Street in Somerset, and it was a Korean artist who won the competition, and it's a stunning piece. So I think there's real value in opening our eyes to international public expression that creates a draw in our city. And I really desperately don't want to see the public art budget stripped from this project. I think it's really crucial to its success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I agree with Councillor Troster. People don't realize, though, that, you know, that there is an economic benefit to art. When I look at other cities, when I go to other cities, that's what I remember. Not that they have a stadium with a cover on it. I probably noticed the other things. You know, I think of Chicago, New York. It's those things that catch your eye, and they're very important. It should also be pointed out, you know, OCH has been working with impoverished artists who are looking to get help for housing. You don't make a lot of money in art, and we need to give opportunities for artists everywhere. So I think that's another important part of it. It's an economic benefit, not just for us as a city, but also for residents of our city trying to make a living as artists. So I think we have to keep that in mind. So it always makes it sound like, when I hear the term "nice to have," it makes it sound like, well, you know, we can do without it, but I don't believe we should. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just read a quick blurb from the Ottawa Sun, February 27th, 2017. Councillor questions $10 million earmarked for Stage 2 public art. That was myself raising concerns with the price tag. And in retrospect, our LRT stations without the public art would have been even more drab and stale and institutional looking than they do now. And the public art helps make those stations enjoyable, might be the wrong word, but more you know, improve the overall enjoyment of the time that people spend there. And art absolutely has contributes to the overall pleasing effects. For a development like Lansdowne, I think absolutely public art will contribute to that, and I support it for large projects because I do believe, you know, the public art like I said, it adds to that contribution. My challenge with the LRT was just the amount. I'm quoted in the article saying, I'm not opposed to public art. For me, $10 million is a lot of money. And when you look at the priorities and the challenges that our residents face, that was the intent of my comment, was to say, when you look at the basket that we're challenged with. So I don't support this. I think that public art will add to the overall positive impact of Lansdowne. But I do think a further question needs to be had about how we can prioritize the type of art or artists that we would like to see contributing to our projects within our city. And I think there's some merit in that discussion at another time, but on the matter before us today, whether we proceed with public art or not, I will be supporting the public art portion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be supporting this as a lifelong artist myself, but I think it's just to echo what's being said before, the long-lasting value and impact of public art will always exceed the cost. It's where we turn our spaces from institutional and functional to beautiful and inspiring. This is how we attain public realm and public enjoyment. And just to speak to Councillor Hill's comments, which I very much appreciated, I applaud you for wanting to stick up for Ottawa artists. Thank you very much for that. But at the same time, I echo the concern or the counterpoint raised by Councillor Troster. When public artists, there's a certain amount of skill and experience involved. These are engineering projects to a certain extent. And the pool of available talent is limited. So not only would I be wary of limiting our pool so that we don't obtain the best public art possible, but to reflect your concern about wanting there to be Ottawa involvement in the public art process, having just been through a public art process in my own community recently, the level of local engagement and consultation in the development of the public art piece is extensive. It's not just that an artist gets flown in from wherever and just does whatever they want willy-nilly. They engage through our staff. The artist and our staff typically engage quite deeply with the local community to try to identify what is the narrative that needs to be told here, what are the values and aspirations, and often as an outsider eye, they bring a new way of telling a local story. So while I applaud your concern, I think putting that kind of stipulation on it would prevent us from getting the best outcome possible. And in the same way, there have been, reasoned, strong voices about making sure that we get the best procurement possible through the building of these buildings. I think the same principle would have to apply here. But thank you for raising your concern for Ottawa artists.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. It is often frustrating for proponents of public art to feel forced into the defense of it in economic terms. And I first want to say thank you very much to Councillor Troster for speaking to the critical role that art plays in all of our lives. But I will make the economic defense of public art. Lansdowne Park is going to be one of the premier destinations for people in Ottawa. It already is. And we have to ensure that everyone in Ottawa feels that they're reflected in that space. And public art is something that tells the drama kids and the band geeks and the freaky artists that, you know what, this city wants them. And on an economic basis, that's critical. Right? We can't have a city that is devoid of art if we expect to keep our most creative and talented and energetic people in this city. It is a critical part of the economy of a city is to have public art. And eliminating the public art budget at Lansdowne Park is absolutely the wrong signal to send at a time when maintaining and attracting talent is harder than ever when Ottawa is competing against so many jurisdictions around the world. So we have an opportunity to put more art at Lansdowne Park, to let more people know that Ottawa is a city for everyone, and to create more inspiring spaces like Pimsey and Tunney's Pasture Station, which add a bit of brightness in our daily days. So I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
I have a project going up in my ward where they are putting up Indigenous public art, and they are saying there's some criticism saying that it's a bit tokenistic. I was just wondering what was the consultation process involved here with Indigenous people, because it would be, I know we've talked about this before, but I just wanted, it sort of reminded me to re-ask the question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have consulted with our Indigenous communities, and we'll continue to have the conversation. We started an our first meetings, and we'll continue throughout the process. We've met with them, and we'll continue to do so.
And will there be a possibility to get their actual input into the public art process?
Mr. Mayor, our public art team works quite closely with Indigenous artists and with the local Indigenous community on public art projects of all kinds, and certainly with Indigenous artists so that are frequent applicants to the work that we offer. So yes, absolutely, that would be an integral part of this.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you so much. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think in talking to Councillor Brown about this motion, I don't believe that his plan was to create a city devoid of public art, as Councillor Leeper suggested there. What I believe the discussion was around was how much public art that we actually already own and have in storage that nobody gets to see, and we're spending a lot of money on these warehouses to store it. Well, as Councillor Dudas is leading the task force to try to find space where we can put people that are going to be homeless this winter, what better way than to try to clean out some of our existing buildings that are in very good condition and could be quite easily retrofitted to house people than to say, instead of spending new money on art for this project, we will take existing art that's in storage and work with, whoever is going to be involved in deciding what art pieces go into Lansdowne. I think that's where Councillor Brown can correct me, but that was the scenario I was thinking while we were discussing this. And I wish I could have got on earlier so that people could comment on that part of it, because it's not about erasing public art from the city landscape whatsoever. It's not about not supporting local artists or anything. It's about trying to find ways to save some money so that we can work on projects that we all identified as crisis right now, and that is finding places to put people who will be homeless this winter. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hubley. We're actually going to highlight something I was going to recognize is I don't think a lot of the 11 new councillors around the table realize we actually do have a beautiful art storage right now. A lot of it is being hung in our offices, and we have a great opportunity. I'm just looking, and I think it was answered already, unlike employments where we can't constrain where we employ from. We can employ from across the river. We're not allowed to put constraints that it has to be an Ottawa resident. I just want to reconfirm, based on Councillor Hill's questioning, we can restrict who can actually be. I know hundreds of artists in this city. The fact that we're saying we don't have enough or we're going to limit our pool is ridiculous. We got tons of great artists. I want to support something that sees local tax-paying dollars being hung in our community facilities. So can you expand on what was mentioned earlier in the discussion?
Mr. Mayor, legal may want to comment on this. What I had in mind perhaps was that how broadly we make opportunities available, whether we go national, provincial, or local. really determines to a great extent who we get in terms of proposals for our calls. And of course, we are at liberty to go as small or as big as we like. So by, if it was a direction to keep it small, at least to start, to see if we get sufficient interest and skill and capability to deliver, that is one option. As to whether we could do it in a formal sense of saying only people from artists from, and we say Ottawa, but generally we do 150 kilometers, so that we do include the two Algonquin concentrations, because we very much want their artists to be part of what we do. So traditionally that's what we have done, but I leave it to others to speculate on the legality of what more could be done.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, just quickly and following up on that, I think Mr. Shaney has kind of drawn the borders around it, and that is an option to us. I think, Councillor, what you're referring to is the Ontario Discriminatory Business Practices Act. I'll be honest, staff would have to take that away and look to see whether we could in fact have such a strict requirement that anyone looking to participate in the public art program would need to reside in a particular area. Generally speaking, we shy away from those kinds of local preference policies for that very reason.
Yeah, and I totally understand the politics of it, being a politician, but at the same time, we have great local artists here, and they're doing a tremendous job. I'm not looking for a meat dress or a voice of fire. I would like to support something here local. Yeah, the meat dress, absolutely. So that being said, if you can look into that, I appreciate it, because I think that's going to help me determine, and it looks like I'm the last speaker, so I'm going to have to figure this out quick, how we proceed on this. I think there's a lot to be said for art in our city, but I also want to support our local artists. I think that's truly important, because if they don't see the money, they can't see it as a career, they can't see it as their passion, and it's not going to help support the art community by going outside of the city of Ottawa. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, you're not the last speaker. There's two more people to put their hands up. Councillor Hill.
You inspired me with the meat dress, Tim. So I expect to see something pretty awesome at our next Environment Committee. I really appreciate this conversation. I think, from my perspective, I am comfortable supporting the inclusion of local art at this site. If we're going to say that Lansdowne is going to be an amazing place, then let's invest to make it an amazing place. But what I would ask, perhaps, and this isn't a formal direction, but perhaps I'll speak offline then with legal and perhaps Parks and Recreation to talk a little bit about what that program looks like going forward, because certainly as much as possible, I'd like to do the things that we can do to support our local artists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Devine.
Hello. I think I'm pretty sure that if our local artists were listening in and they were wondering how we can best support our local artists, they'd be looking for much larger funding envelopes in our project and operating grant streams. I don't think the fact that we would exclusively hire local artists for public art might not be top of mind. I think local artists would just feel generally supported by seeing the city continue to invest in public art. I think that in itself is showing our support. And again, just to the question, again, I appreciate what sounds like the intention and spirit behind wishing that this program would exclusively support local artists. But at the same time, we don't apply those kinds of restrictive principles when we put out calls for expressions of interest for architect firms. I'm sure a bunch of local architects would love if we were exclusively focused on Ottawa architecture firms or people bidding for any number of contracts. So if we're going to apply the principle of looking to get the best outcome possible and the fairest outcome possible across our procurement streams, I don't think we should, to a certain extent, imagine that the procurement and creation of public art is any less challenging and any less valuable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's vote on the motion, please.
Councillor Kitts?
No.
Councillor Luloff?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Troster?
No.
Councillor Hill?
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor Gower?
No.
Councillor Lowe?
Yes.
Councillor Devine?
No.
Councillor Menard?
No.
Councillor Brown?
Yes.
Councillor Desroches?
No.
Councillor Carr?
No.
Councillor Leeper?
No.
Councillor DeRoos?
Yes.
Councillor Kelly?
No.
Councillor King?
No.
Councillor Brockington?
No.
Councillor Johnson?
No.
Councillor Curry?
Yes.
Councillor Bradley?
No.
Councillor Plante?
No.
Councillor Dudas?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
No, support local.
Mayor Sutcliffe?
No.
6 yeas, 19 nays.
Okay, thank you. Next is a motion by Councillor Johnson on social procurement framework. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll just, and thank you to Councillor King for seconding the motion. Whereas Lansdowne 2.0 is a significant economic generator for the city of Ottawa, and whereas Lansdowne 2.0 is a significant investment by the city of Ottawa into its own assets and infrastructure, and whereas on February 10, 2021, City Council unanimously approved a motion directing the Chief Procurement Officer to identify opportunities to include and encourage the city's use of social procurement projects and social enterprises in city procurement. And the motion was accompanied by a direction to staff to increase diversity within the city's supply chain and increase opportunities for those experiencing economic disadvantage and within equity deserving communities. Whereas Lansdowne provides an opportunity for local employment, procurement, and entrepreneurs, including social enterprises. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Ottawa develop a social procurement framework with Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, including its contractors, to increase supply chain diversity and increase opportunities for those experiencing economic disadvantage and within equity deserving communities, including providing training, employment opportunities, procurement from local businesses in the construction and development phase of Lansdowne 2.0, and be it further resolved that the social procurement framework detailed that employment opportunities at the stadium and event center include employment for traditionally underrepresented groups, and be it further resolved that the social procurement framework ensures that the retail aspect of Lansdowne 2.0 include opportunities for social enterprise businesses and local small and medium enterprises. I'm not going to have the voice for all this. And be it further resolved that social progress on the social procurement framework be reported back as part of the procurement report schedule in Q1 and Q2 of 2024. And that the ongoing results of the social procurement framework be reported back through the annual Lansdowne report. So colleagues, I want to let you know that the motivation for this motion actually came out of my conversations with OSEG as we were discussing the partnership. And through those conversations, Mark and Janice really demonstrated their commitment, you know, in their charitable activities. They articulated how many of the values that are espoused in this motion are already being executed by OSEG. And you can see that within their own annual report. And then, of course, on the city side, we have a social procurement for direction here, pardon me, where we identify major infrastructure opportunities or procurement opportunities, pardon me, to move our investments forward. So this motion really seeks to cement those values within the partnership. I believe that both actors are already doing this independently, but the partnership itself has no clear articulation to move forward with this. And I do believe it's possible. I know that it is not staff supported, even though certainly the direction is on the table, because the motion as it's written could be vague and unimplementable. But I would suggest that in fact it's being left vague in the same way that we've had other motions be left vague today, so that staff can use their flexibility at their discretion. I believe that staff actually can go and co-create a social procurement framework that would best suit the project. I don't mean to preclude what that might look like. But when it comes to the fact of whether or not it could be unimplementable, We have several stadium and entertainment district precedents in North America, and that we could borrow from them. So we have some in Vancouver, in Pittsburgh, in New York State, in Toronto, where we are driving forward employment opportunities and training opportunities. I want to know that when we invest in Lansdowne 2.0, that the economic benefit can be felt across the city of Ottawa. And I believe this social procurement framework leverages the investment that we're making and creates additional bottom lines that can be felt for those underrepresented groups across the city, and that economic uplift is not existing exclusively within that geographic area. As a member of a different ward, when I think about why people want to go to Lansdowne and think about the retail opportunities that are there, why would someone go to Lansdowne to go to Winners? Well, maybe someone would go to Lansdowne to shop if they understood that the values that are already espoused by both actors within that partnership were being leveraged to further that economic benefit for all groups. So instead of seeing risk, I see opportunity. I'd be prepared for the groups to go away and report back as required, but I think it would be a big missed opportunity to not implement this council direction on this project, especially of this size. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to Councillor Johnson for bringing this forward. I know that there's several councillors at this table who have been talking about procurement recently and using procurement as more of a vehicle or a tool to achieve the goals that we have as a city. So I'm excited to see that. And I did originally put my hand up just to hear what OSEG had to say about it because they are implicated in the motion. And so I was really happy to hear that you had already talked to them about it. And I don't know if they have any commentary that they'd like to add as part of the discussion today, but I think, and one question I do have though, for the mover, Councillor Johnson, just in terms of the wording, I noticed that you've used social procurement as the title of that. And while I think I'm on the same page as you in terms of what we want to achieve and why we want to do it, I do think the word social seems kind of limiting. Like I think of it more in like sustainable model of procurement, which would encompass the social aspects of it as well. But there's other things that we could look at in terms of procurement, like environmental impacts. And so anyway, that's just a comment I have. I don't necessarily have an issue with the motion because of the title of it, but just throwing that out there as an idea. And I'm currently supportive of it. I'd listen to the debate and what staff think about it. So thank you for bringing this forward, and I look forward to hearing what others think.
Thank you. Mr. Gowdy, did you want to speak to this motion?
Yeah, I think we're supportive of the spirit of this motion for sure. I think it's consistent with the, as Councillor Johnson pointed out, we had a really good discussion around it. It's consistent with the values of our organization, with the ethos of our organization. And I think a lot of what's envisioned in here, particularly with hiring and how we conduct ourselves, we're already doing this stuff. So I'm super in agreement with working with staff and coming back, with a proposal of how we are going to meet the objectives that the city has through a social benefits agreement. I'm a little concerned just with some of the words around, like we've got a union that I got to go back and figure out what that means with regard to employment. It talks about our retail strategy and our retail operations, what that means. So I want to make sure with whatever we come back with, it honors kind of the spirit of this agreement. I'm just worried about the words. In terms of the first part of it, the procurement part of it, that's the city's business. They'll tell us what the rules are, and we'll happily comply with that as it goes forward.
So just to be clear, your concern is with the be it further resolved with the resolutions 2, 3, and 4 of the motion?
Correct.
Okay. And that this might just be a little too prescriptive rather than being about coming back with a plan?
Yeah, we're going to be back before council a couple of times. If the wording of that motion was such that city staff work with OSEG to demonstrate how we are able to meet the spirit of this motion and the city's social benefits objectives with regard to employment, with regard to our leasing practices and retail practices, I'd be completely cool with that.
Okay. Councillor Johnson, did you want to speak to that in terms of if you're open to amending the wording to allow for that?
Nice to see you again, Mark, and thank you for the engagement on the file. What I'm hearing right now, and I don't mean to air out our previous conversations at committee, but I did make the choice to do that, I suppose. What I want to get away from in terms of the language is the explore the feasibility of. The exploring of the feasibility of, I don't think, gives confidence in the collaboration and the potential for these two components to come together. I don't want it to be so vague that we explore the feasibility of and means that we can deny it, because the City of Ottawa does in fact have this direction on the floor or in existence. And when we invest this much money, I do think that we could come to an agreement. But I did leave it intentionally open, as I understood it, so that you might come back and engage in transparency on what those limitations might be. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to set you up for failure. I truly want to set this up for success, because I do think it can be a performance metric we can be really proud of, because you're already doing it, because we say we're already doing it. So if there's an in-betweeny here where we can move past the feasibility and say that we actually are going to do this, but co-creating however we might demonstrate that commitment, I'm comfortable with that. Otherwise, you know, I don't see him anymore, so I don't know if he's nodding or not.
He looks very angry. Actually.
He's very agreeable. He usually nods at stuff, Councillor.
So if there's, you know, articulate the commitment or, you know, demonstrate the commitment, how might we get there? I would certainly be open to that. But I do think we believe in this instance that a commitment can be made and can be made successfully. So I would not be comfortable to pull back to a feasibility. That's where I'm at.
And I'm guessing there's something between exploring feasibility and ensures that the retail aspects of Lansdowne 2.0 include opportunities for social enterprise businesses and local small and medium-sized enterprises, which I don't completely, I know what every one of those words mean, but I don't know what that means together in context. And it sounds prescriptive. Given that we're going to be here until Sunday, if we can find some time, I'm happy to figure out if there's some words that kind of, again, honor the spirit of this.
Like the job.
Yeah. We won't be here till Sunday.
I don't know how you want to proceed, Chair. There's other people with their hands up. What would you like to do?
Well, is there an opportunity to close the gap here? I'm not trying to negotiate on the fly, but it doesn't sound like you're too far apart. Ultimately,
I don't think we are too far apart. But okay. So maybe we go away and we put this back up at the end of the meeting.
Yep, we can.
I'll just call him on the phone.
Aside. Yeah, we can move it aside, deal with other motions, and then come back to it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But I'm excited that we're here. So thank you very much to all my colleagues for their support.
Okay. So we'll park that and we will move to the next item, which is the community benefits framework, which is Councillor King's motion. Councillor King?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll read the motion in. Whereas community benefit agreements have been negotiated in cities across Canada and beyond, and whereas this includes community benefit agreements that have been negotiated as part of large-scale P3 infrastructure projects such as the Eglinton Crosstown LRT in the City of Toronto, and whereas community benefit agreements have also been negotiated as part of major development applications in Ottawa, such as in my ward, the Manor Parks Estates, as well as Herringate agreements, and whereas the residents of local communities are broadly opposed to the current proposals, citing, among other things, a lack of community benefit and input, therefore be it resolved that the city establish a negotiation framework and a corresponding committee for the establishment of a community benefits agreement for Lansdowne 2.0, and be it further resolved that the committee have representation from the following groups: city staff, the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, the three surrounding community associations, Glebe, Old Ottawa East, and Old Ottawa South, future applicants for development of the air and subterranean rights sold as part of Lansdowne 2.0, the local ward councillor's office, and the Ottawa Community Benefits Network. And be it further resolved that the objective of this committee is to bring a community benefits agreement forward to standing committee and council for approval by no later than 2 years following the sales of air rights at Lansdowne. Your Worship, I'm advancing the creation of a community benefits agreement proposal as an addition to the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal. Community benefit agreements are legally binding agreements between developers, local governments, and community coalitions that outline the benefits a community will receive in order to enhance social, cultural, and economic opportunities for a community. These agreements are designed to ensure that a project contributes positively to the community in which it is located and that the community plays a continuing role in the project outcome. Typical key benefits of these agreements include enhanced community engagement and input. So CBAs provide a platform for meaningful community engagement, allowing residents to voice their concerns, suggestions, and preferences related to a development project. They also allow all parties to gain insights into the specific needs and desires of the community, fostering a sense of cooperation and collaboration. They can be used for local job creation and training, and they often are used for hiring residents, creating job opportunities within the community, especially with equity-seeking residents. They can also facilitate job training programs, enhance the employability and skills of residents, especially concerning construction. They provide support for local small businesses, either through direct funding or by providing affordable retail spaces within a development. They foster economic growth within the community and help preserve the unique character of local businesses. They can contribute to the creation and enhancement of cultural and recreational amenities, such as community art projects. These amenities, I at least believe, enrich the cultural fabric of the community and provide spaces for residents to gather and enjoy various activities. They also, most importantly, provide the capacity for conflict resolution and social cohesion. They provide a structured way to address conflicts between the developers and the community, fostering a sense of trust and cooperation. And by involving all stakeholders in a negotiation process to form the agreement, this contributes to social cohesion and a sense of shared responsibility. In sum, Mr. Mayor, community benefit agreements play a vital role in promoting sustainable development by ensuring that economic growth benefits the entire community, leading to a more inclusive, vibrant, and harmonious neighborhood. I would encourage colleagues to support this motion to ensure we address the broad range of community needs through the creation of a community benefits agreement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. And just to be clear, my understanding is that staff do not support this motion. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
And can you just explain why?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, staff have indicated that this application, future residential overbuild, would be subject to a community benefits charge, and it would do very much the same type of work, that would be envisioned by this motion. So it's a provincially legislated process. There's a project list that's developed and is renewed and reviewed annually. That's subject to there's public input. It can fund affordable housing, traffic calming, public realm improvements, many of the things that would be covered by this agreement. So we have an existing process. In short, is the answer.
Okay, so this would be duplicating that, and okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I was curious to know what the objections were, and thank you to Councillor King for moving this. I was pleased to second it. The community benefits charge, we haven't had very much conversation on this, but the implementation of that charge, I don't know where other councillors stand on this, but you do have to have your projects defined ahead of time, and they need to be costed in order to be a part of that charge. And so it is a place, certainly, where there can be an interaction between a developer and a community, but it has to be predetermined. And the benefit of a community benefits agreement is that we can, it's for exactly the vulnerabilities that are being currently described. But again, We can imagine them as opportunities. Things emerge over time. The relationship can be built now. It doesn't presume what that agreement might look like. But may I offer, some of the interesting ways that CBAs have been applied in some of these other stadium agreements. And just bear with me here. So in Toronto, their stadium agreement includes a childcare center. I'm not sure if a childcare center is something that is currently needed, but you could imagine that demographics for babies change over time, and it could be one of those examples that emerge. Right now, we have a lot of federal funding for the operations and placements of those positions, or they're not positions, they're babies, but for those spots for kids. But what we're struggling with is the capital side. We're having trouble building the centers. They're very costly. What if this was the kind of thing that emerged from a community benefits agreement? It would not be something that we would see emerge from a community benefits charge. What we're trying to introduce with these motions is the opportunity for the collaboration that has been described in actually just yesterday about what we're looking for in P3s, what it looks like when we have the advantages of a public and a private entity working together to co-create a community. And these relationships are emergent. And so this, again, we can look at it from a place of risk in that we don't know what to expect, but also there is no stakeholder who doesn't have their voice at the table. It's not presumed upon. It's not, you're not forcing the other person's hand. You're co-creating what it is. That requires trust and that requires collaboration. These are tools that are already being used across North America to try and bring procurement and development into the 21st century of social benefit, not only an economic benefit bottom line, but as Councillor Kelly described, a social one, an environmental one. So we are asking that we consider these tools as an opportunity to advance those city priorities that right now we're perhaps not seeing as directly linked to this asset. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the comparisons that were drawn, I don't remember actually if it was the mover or somebody else, is that this was done for Herongate. Actually, I think that was you.
I wasn't the councillor at the time.
Oh,
but yeah.
someone. Either way, somebody said
Yes.
this was done for Herongate, and I may have missed the full gist of your answer there, Mr. Herwire. What would the difference be between here at Lansdowne and Herongate that might change your level of support, or the fact that you don't or do support a CBA for this location?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. The CBC charge came into effect just over a year ago. So some of those historic agreements that you're referring to were negotiated through the development review process in advance of the legislative process that we have today.
So essentially now we have a bylaw to kind of get these things going. Okay, thank you. My question for the next questions kind of is for the mover. It's very possible that I'm muddling a lot of words now that we're sitting in hour 173 of this topic. But a lot of this reads like the last motion that we, that was, I think that's been pushed to a little later. Am I right to kind of see that, or are there actually like stark and fundamental differences between this motion and the last one?
Well, I would say, Councillor Lowe, that there are fundamental differences. The city actually does have a social procurement, or is working on a social procurement policy. And of course, with the community benefits agreement, the approach is a collaborative one, and it's an agreement that cannot be imposed on any of the parties. They have to work towards ascertaining what the benefits would be. So it's a question of adding extra benefits, as well as ensuring that the community has a more fluid approach towards discussion with the multiple parties as to where things are allocated. So it's actually a quite collaborative process. We've actually started this process with Manor Parks Estates that was associated with the Manor Park official plan amendment that passed last term of council. And it's a very interesting process because it actually creates more cohesion in the community as community members sit down with the developer, focusing on specific areas of focus and potential investment. So there is a difference in terms of the structure and the form. The CBC is something that is legislated, and it does can provide benefits, but the benefit categories or criteria are a little bit more narrow, and the process for public consultation is more prescribed than a CBA, where you are literally sitting down in a room and having an open discussion as to what the community wants. So I think that they're radically different. And it's important to note that it's not the CBA is not a process where you can, force anybody to enter into that legal binding agreement. The parties themselves have to come together and agree. And what I've heard is that the Community Benefits Network in the city is willing to work on this. The ward councillor is willing to work on this, and the residents themselves have really, from in the area, have really demonstrated a lot of dissatisfaction with certain elements, obviously, of this project that we've seen. I think it behooves us to bring people together. The ward councillor himself had said that this process has seemed to be very divisive. A CBA would actually bring people together to collaborate and to find areas of common interest. That's the difference in terms of the CBA, the CBC, and the social procurement policies. And I'm happy to talk to the social procurement policies when they come back, because there was a lot of work that was undertaken on that by myself, as well as primarily Councillor Dudas.
Okay, so I guess fundamentally it's the level of collaboration. Like, this is more like the community coming together to say, this is what we want, this is what we want to see, whereas the other one is city policy. Let's rumble. Okay, tumble, rumble. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Thanks, Mayor. I think Councillor King explained it well. It is different than the CBC bylaw, and it would be in line with the CBAs that have been negotiated in Ottawa and Toronto and beyond. In Herongate, we also had Section 37 during that time, which allowed for some more negotiation in addition to the CBA. A lot of issues do remain at Lansdowne Park, and a lot of decisions are still to come on the site plan and beyond. And the motion establishes a path forward that would see everyone sit down together as the process continues to hammer out some mutual agreement. I think that parties can work together to come up with something, some modicum of agreement that can pave the way for mutual support. And there's value in setting up frameworks like this. It can lead to less conflict down the road. It's an olive branch, and I hope that members of council will take it.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
I think that's an old hand. Sorry, I had stepped away.
Okay, you're good? Okay, so again, Councillor King, did you want to wrap up on this? I'll just, are you intending to wrap up? I'll just ask a couple of questions first. So just to be clear, with staff, you feel that what's now a part of the provincially mandated process is sufficient to engage the community, and that this would effectively be unnecessary and difficult to implement beyond what's already being mandated by the provincial government. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the CBC charge, which replaced Section 37, is the proper tool, in my opinion, for this. The other challenge would be we don't have an overbuilder to negotiate with at this point, and it'll be some time before we have a builder for the residential towers. So I understand from Mr. Mark that anything we negotiate ahead of time would not necessarily be legally binding on the successful proponent.
Right. So actually, can Mr. Mark speak to that? Is he online?
Yes, I am, Mayor. Yes, the two circumstances that the city has as prior examples, as noted by Mr. Harwar, were prior to the community benefits charge, the new Section 37 coming into force. They were dealing with the protection of rights for existing residential tenant, and so it's a significantly different situation. And we were dealing with a landowner, two landowners, one for Manor Park, one for Herongate, who both intended to be there through the process. In this case, we are talking about a prospective landowner who we have yet to identify. So there would be a serious question of how one would bind that future unidentified landowner. And I also support Mr. Harwar's comments about the new Section 37 being the new code unto itself. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting the motion, but Councillor King, please go ahead and wrap up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that in terms of our policies, we should be trying to exceed expectations, especially when we're consulting with residents. I think that we should be looking at new innovative models to enhance community engagement. And that's what the community benefits agreement structure and framework actually is. And it can be applied across the board. As Councillor Johnson had noted, Toronto has implemented CBAs for their stadiums. It's also been implemented in Vancouver around employment, training, ensuring that there's supplier registrations and referrals to enhance equity. And it's a tool that's been used extensively across the United States as well. I think the key is we've heard that there's discord over the objectives of this project in the community. This would be a tool that would allow for more fluid dialogue, discussion, debate, and potentially distilling objectives that are collective with the community and the multiple parties that would be involved. So for that reason, I introduced this motion because I saw a tremendous amount of benefit in Manor Park, where the community members are now actively sitting down with the developer and talking about all sorts of elements of improvements to potential projects that might go forward, whether those are ecological improvements or employment opportunities. So I think it's important for us to really seriously examine this type of innovation, especially when we've seen so much discord in the community. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Let's go to a vote then, please, on the motion.
Councillor Kitts?
No.
Councillor Luloff?
No.
Councillor Troster?
Yes.
Councillor Hill?
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor Gower?
No.
Councillor Lowe?
No.
Councillor Devine?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
Yes.
Councillor Brown?
No.
Councillor DeRoche?
No.
Councillor Carr?
Yes.
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse?
No.
Councillor Kelly?
No.
Councillor King?
Yes.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Councillor Johnson?
Yes.
Councillor Curry?
No.
Councillor Bradley?
Yes.
Councillor Plante?
Oui.
Plante. Yes.
Councillor Dudas?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe?
No.
11 yeas, 14 nays.
Okay, thank you. Next motion is a motion from Councillor Kitts on leveraging Lansdowne facilities for community use on non-game and major event days. Councillor Kitts?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas Lansdowne Park is a prominent community asset that includes sports facilities, green spaces, and cultural amenities, whereas Lansdowne Park is traditionally known for hosting sporting events and concerts, and it has the potential to offer a wide range of recreational and cultural opportunities for residents year-round. Whereas the City of Ottawa is committed to providing diverse and accessible recreational and cultural programs to all its residents in the urban park portion of the site. Therefore, be it resolved that Recreation, Cultural, and Facilities Services work to increase community programming, to increase the community programming plan in the urban park to leverage its facilities for non-event days and make them more available for public use in a manner consistent with other recreation facilities across the city. Be it further resolved that the public programming plan should consider the following: 1, assessment of the existing facilities at Lansdowne Park and their potential for new and creative uses of the indoor and outdoor spaces. 2, collaboration with OSAG, community organizations, local businesses, and cultural groups to identify opportunities for cultural and recreational programming. 3, establishment of a schedule for public use and programming to ensure regular and diverse activities are available to residents throughout the year. 4, an engagement plan to gather input from the public, local residents, and stakeholders in the development of the programming plan. 5, a timeline for the development and implementation of the programming plan. 6, a commitment to aligning the programming plan with the city's overall recreation and cultural strategies to ensure consistency and coherence with other initiatives. Something that I heard repeatedly in my discussions with residents, with OSAG, with colleagues, in conversations about Lansdowne was a consensus, I would say, that the site is underprogrammed on non-game and event days, and would benefit from city-specific rec and culture programming. And I think given the significance of the site to the city, we need to be more innovative in that approach. So I hope that if passed, this motion will spur some creative thinking. I do recognize how critical rental revenue is of the horticulture building, Aberdeen, et cetera, to the overall financial picture. But as per the 2023 annual report, urban park facilities hosted 215 event days. So certainly an opportunity there for more public programming to complement that, and even more so with the additional units that will be on site. So I look forward to seeing a plan come forward, which includes public input and just a rethink about how we program this site. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, and I certainly welcome this motion. I think when the community feels as though they have some ownership over the space and responsibility for programming it, they take advantage of it. The example we have in Hintonburg is Parkdale Market Park, where thanks very much to Dan Chenier and his team, there is a partnership of myself, the BIA, the Community Association to get access to that space and to program it. And when community groups know that they have a partial ownership over that, as well as free access to it, they generate lots of ideas, and there can be a ton of programming once the dynamic is set up. So I'm really happy to support this one.
Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Happy to support this as well. There's a big problem at Lansdowne now with the Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. There's a lot of dead zones there, and that's, I think, where we're trying to get more programming to enhance that area. I also just wanted to thank Dan Chenier's staff as well. They bring in over 500,000 people a year to Lansdowne. Just through public events at a fraction of the cost that we spend on these huge sports stadiums. So they're spending very little to bring in 500,000 people there on the public side, and this is the type of thing we need to enhance. And I think for, again, a fraction of the cost, we could bring in another 500,000 people very easily with some enhancements and making sure that Mr. Chenier's budget aligns with the public demands in this site, which I think you saw from a motion we've previously brought forward on some of the public amenities that were top ranked both in our surveys and the city surveys. So appreciate this motion. I hope we can get to a place where the 9 to 5, Monday to Friday is more activated. That's truly where the issue is at Lansdowne now, and I think we can get to a better place with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the motion carried? Thank you. All right, I believe there are 2 new motions that are not on our list, and then we'll come back to the motion from Councillor Johnson. So there is a new motion on recreating the berm and protecting the moving surfaces. Is that correct, Councillor Menard?
That's correct. And thanks, Councillor Dudas, for working with us on this. I just want to be sure we've got the right version up here. Can staff just confirm? I want to just go to the therefore be it resolved. Okay. So I believe there's just been a brief update to this because obviously this came up here today, Mayor. And so I want to make sure we've got the right version. Let me come back to this motion. We can go to the next one next if that's okay. I want to make sure we've got the right version.
So you want to go to the next motion?
Yeah, I just want to come back to this to make sure the right version it comes forward here. I don't believe that was the right one.
Okay, so the next one is on event transit and transportation approach.
Yes,
you want us to go to the Johnson motion and while this gets sorted out?
I can do the transportation approach if you'd like.
Okay.
I believe my team's working with staff on the other one. So this was related to the shuttle service piece that we talked about yesterday, but it's incorporated more from OC Transpo now. So I'll read through it. And whereas the city has established approaches to transportation management for events of varying sizes at Lansdowne, whereas there are specific approaches for transit and other transportation services like the Red Blacks games, whereas transportation management for Red Blacks games has generally been successful, and whereas transit and transportation measures often need to be tailored to the specific event based on attendance numbers and expected travel times and patterns. Whereas OC Transpo staff, city event staff, city traffic management, OSEG, and other event organizers are best positioned to determine the specific transportation needs for specific events. And whereas city staff should be empowered to implement the necessary transportation and transit measures to facilitate successful events at Lansdowne, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to develop an approach to extend the principles guiding traffic management, including transit and active transportation for large events to other events like music festivals that are held on the grounds. And be it further resolved that staff be directed to negotiate with OSEG and other event promoter wherein this approach be required and institutionalized, consistent with both this motion and the already council approved transportation management plan from the original Lansdowne redevelopment. And further be it resolved that staff report back to council as part of a future report on Lansdowne with recommendations for a framework for this process. Just speaks to the concerns we've heard from around the city about getting to and from Lansdowne and improving that shuttle service, that transit orientation, and having the, I guess, flexibility for staff to go out and improve this for events that aren't just Red Blacks games. So thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I've been advised by staff that they'd just like to take 5 minutes to review this motion and the other one that you're, the other one, just to have a moment to.
That makes sense to me. I know Pat Scrimger's reviewed this one, but I think no problem on the 5 minutes.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a 5 to 10 minute recess to give staff an opportunity to take a look at those two motions. Thank you. we're going to resume in 1 minute. On commencera encore dans 1 minute. Merci. Okay, let's get started again, please. We'll start again. And I understand some work has been done on a couple of the motions, so maybe we can start with those if nobody's fussy about the order that we're going in here. So Councillor Johnson, I understand there's been a conversation with OSEG and there's a new wording of your motion. Is that right?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure it'll go up on the screen.
One moment.
Either way, I won't preamble it because we've already done that, but just to go back to the be it. Okay, so the first therefore be it resolved clause has not changed. So that's the one directing the city to work on procurement or to put in their social procurement framework within their procurement. Then the second and third have changed. Be it resolved that the social procurement framework outline how OSEG hiring practices ensure ongoing employment opportunities at the stadium and event center for traditionally underrepresented groups. And be it resolved that the social procurement framework outline how OSEG will continue to incorporate opportunities for companies and organizations with social impact and social benefits into the for lease retail spaces. And the final one is how we see this again. So be it further resolved that progress on the social procurement framework be reported back as part of the procurement report schedule in Q1 and Q2 of 2024. And that the ongoing results of the social procurement framework be reported back through the annual Lansdowne report. So I just want to, highlight my thanks to Mark and Janice for working with me on wording. I think we still, the reason why I put forward the report back is because this is an evolution. In the spirit of collaboration, we've come to a place where both parties, or at least myself as the mover and OSEG have agreed that we will have a commitment here for this purpose, which I'm quite pleased with. And when it comes back for those reports, perhaps we'll have a further conversation about what the evolution of that commitment might look like over time. But again, I didn't want to presume too much too soon because I believe that this partnership can co-create something possible. So again, thank you to OSEG, and I'll turn it to my council colleagues for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be brief. I just wanted to really just voice my support, and that's the reason why I seconded Councillor Johnson's motion concerning the establishment of a social procurement framework for the Lansdowne 2 proposal. Despite the debates that we're having on the Lansdowne file, I think it's really clear that there's been a massive commitment on behalf of OSEG around supporting equity-seeking groups. But I think it's great that this is actually being made concrete, put into concrete in a sense in terms of our policies and in terms of this project. You know, as council liaison for anti-racism and ethnocultural relations initiatives, I believe it is necessary to work on issues of significance to all diverse communities, especially concerning the creation and development of economic development opportunities. You know, while undertaking community consultation and action planning for the establishment of the Anti-Racism Secretariat at the City of Ottawa in the last term, we heard clearly from Black, racialized, Indigenous, and religious groups that key employment and economic development concerns included increasing employment and training opportunities, as well as supporting diverse-owned businesses. And I believe that Councillor Johnson's motion will help facilitate these objectives and increase opportunities for those experiencing economic disadvantages within equity-deserving communities. I also believe that the social procurement motion and potentially the work that will go forward complements the work that's being undertaken by the city's Anti-Racism Secretariat towards economic parity. So I'm just so pleased to support this motion. I want to thank Councillor Johnson once again for moving it. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. All right, is the motion carried?
Carried.
Thank you. And then I understand that there's been some changes made to the motion regarding recreating the berm and protecting the moving surfaces, and that staff are now fine with those with the motion as it is worded. Is that right?
I want to hear it. I want to hear all berm stories. I can just read into there for be it resolved if you like. Sure. So it's that staff conducts its efforts to advance options to increase and enhance the public spaces at Lansdowne Park. Staff be directed to explore how to recreate a berm in a suitable alternative location in proximity to the Great Lawn, and be it further resolved that the size, shape, and configuration of a new berm would be consulted on and determined through site plan control for the event center design, and be it further resolved that the moving surfaces artwork be preserved at the site.
Okay. And just to confirm, staff are okay with this wording now?
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Brockington?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a small comment. I do support the motion. I appreciate the time taken to improve the wording. I'll just raise one issue. I love to toboggan. I know the toboggan hills of Ottawa well. The only hill I've been injured on in the last 30 years has been the berm at Lansdowne. And it's because that when the base of the hill meets the flat part of the ground, there's no gradual slope to the hill. It's end of berm pavement. And that's not safe. So the city has extreme interest in Mooney's Bay Hill. And we know of concerns of the Arboretum Hill in my ward, as well as Carlington, probably the three top hills in the city. But any reconstruction of a berm for winter activities like Toboggan Hill, I would like that to be noted that that's my experience. And we obviously want to rebuild facilities like this that have safety at the top of the priority for winter activities. So just a small note from me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Should any additional material for this berm need to be added, they are welcome to take from the berm behind Elderberry Crescent in Orleans, and the berm at the new Trim Road station. We don't like berms in Orleans, so if Capital Ward would like the berms, you can have the berms. Thank you very much.
Okay, maybe we can create a berm exchange program. Okay, is the motion carried? Okay. And then we have a motion on event transit and transportation approach. Councillor Menard?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. We've heard regularly from residents across the city that it's hard to get to and from Lansdowne. It's been difficult on the transportation side, particularly for those more mid-sized events. We hear it all the time from the suburban area. And so this motion is giving broad strokes to allow staff and OSIG to come back with something that would help with some of those other demand managements on some other events, not just the Red Blacks games. There are larger events there as well. And it's that staff be directed to develop an approach to extend the principles guiding traffic demand management, including transit and active transportation for large events, to other events like music festivals that are held on the grounds. And further be resolved that staff be directed to negotiate with OSEG and other event promoters wherein this approach be required and institutionalized consistent with both this motion and the already council approved transportation management plan from the original Lansdowne redevelopment. And further be resolved that staff report back to council as part of a future report on Lansdowne with recommendations for a framework for this process. I think we've heard over and over again, transportation is such a huge issue when it comes to this site because it is landlocked between Bank Street and the QED. This just gives a bit more impetus to come back and come up with a plan that hopefully can be supported by the city. I think residents are asking for this. It was one of the main things that we included in our Better Lansdowne, one of the 5 principles we talked about. So hope it can be supported. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. My understanding though is that staff still don't support this wording of the motion. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
And
I would ask
expand on that a little bit.
Yes, I think there's impacts on city events, so Mr. Chenier could speak to that, and then perhaps OSEG could speak to their concerns.
Mr. Mayor, I did have a short chat with Mr. Gowdy. We do have concerns with taking the requirements for large events at Lansdowne and bringing them down to mid-size or smaller events, both from an affordability point of view, the impact they might have on some community programming, and some unintended consequences, like when we have simultaneous events, both city and OSEG, what that might do. So I think we would rather, in the context of discussing the overall TDM, looking at other ways of doing this. But by and large, we feel that we are solving for a problem that really is not at a point where it needs a severe change in direction on the TDM.
Okay. Mr. Gowdy, did you want to speak to that? Can't believe I'm calling.
Yeah, very similar with Dan. I don't want to go through everything that I went through yesterday. It's in our best interest to get as many people to Lansdowne as efficiently as we can. And I think we do a really good job of that, right? We go well beyond what's required of us from a transportation demand perspective. We went through some of those scenarios yesterday, particularly with regard to running shuttles for 67s games and anywhere else that we need to be getting people to Lansdowne. So I think here we're trying to solve for something that isn't an issue, and not that transportation isn't an issue. Transportation is something we will have to work on for decades, I'm sure. And it's something that major urban facilities struggle with all of the time. But I think this is trying to provide a solution to a problem that doesn't exist right now.
Okay. But even if this motion is defeated, you're prepared to work with the councillor and the community on transit solutions?
Every day of the week. Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So since staff and OSEG don't support this motion, I'll be voting against it. But Councillor Menard, did you want to speak to it before we move to a vote?
Yeah, just that, we definitely checked in with transit services. I know we've left a lot of room here for people to work together. This doesn't mean the same approach on every single event. I think staff have rightfully pointed out, you don't want the small events to have the exact same service as Red Blacks events. That's not what this is saying. It's giving wide breadth to fix the transportation issues through a conversation that we know exist with suburban commuters getting into Lansdowne, the lack of park and rides for some of those events, and the congestion that we're seeing both on Bank Street and the difficult access from QED. So, this has been a problem residents have raised over and over again. And I think council needs to exercise its will to say, look, get together and work on this problem. They're going to come back with something, report back to us, and then we can see what that is. It's not going to be something they don't like. It's going to be something they like. So let's make sure that work occurs, because it's not happening now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was sort of giving Councillor Menard the opportunity to wrap up there, but go ahead, Councillor Gower.
I was going to suggest maybe a friendly amendment. If we took out that second, therefore be it resolved, about requiring and institutionalizing, I wonder if staff or OSEG might be more open to considering that.
That's friendly to me, to take out that wording.
Okay. Could you take a look at that, please? give you a minute to do that. Thank you, Councillor Gower.
Mayor, can we just have the motion posted so I read it one more time, please?
I can't hear you. Sorry, Councillor Brock.
Can we ask for the motion itself? I just want to look at it before we vote.
Sure. So this would be the friendly amendment here to remove that second.
To remove required and institutionalized.
Yeah. It'd be nice to end our day of motions with one we can carry unanimously.
Could have changed the order. Okay, our staff.
Mr. Mayor, we still find it problematic and do not support.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's go to a vote then, please.
Councillor Kitts? Councillor Luloff?
No.
Councillor Troster?
Yes.
Councillor Hill?
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley? That was a no. Councillor Gower?
Yes.
Councillor Lowe?
Oh, yes.
Councillor Devine?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
Yes.
Councillor Brown? Councillor DeRoche? Councillor DeRoche?
No.
Councillor Carr?
Yes.
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor DeRoos?
No.
Councillor Kelly?
No.
Councillor King?
Yes.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Councillor Johnson?
Yes.
Councillor Curry? Councillor Bradley?
Yes.
Councillor Plante?
Oui.
Councillor Dudas?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe?
No.
15 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay, motion is carried. Okay, we have directions to staff now. I believe we have 4 directions to staff, if I'm not mistaken. So the first is from Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So to ensure continuous animation of the site and to support the Ottawa music strategy, that all efforts be made to develop relationships with local event and live concert promoters to achieve the development of a mid-size music venue at Lansdowne within the new commercial space built as part of Lansdowne 2.0. I don't want to speak for staff on this one or speak for our partners, but I think perhaps the partners want to comment on this, but I believe that this is something that they are amenable to. This is new space. I think that this is something that would go a long way to ensuring that our local artists have a space to grow into right now and in the mid-size range, and would go a long way to supporting the Ottawa Music Industry Coalition, something that we've put a lot of effort into, the Ottawa Music Strategy, and our local artists that are working very hard to break out and be heard across Canada and into the United States. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Staff are okay with that direction?
No concerns, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dudas?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This direction is that staff be directed to explore partnership opportunities through discussions with the National Capital Commission on joint community uses and programming opportunities for the green space located between the Great Lawn and the Queen Elizabeth Driveway, and report back on the outcome of these discussions.
Staff are okay with that?
Yes, you are, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. That staff be directed to undertake a community engagement initiative through an online public survey to identify any issues with community consultations related to Lansdowne 2.0 and seek suggestions on improving community consultations on major city projects moving forward. Let staff report back to council via memo in Q2 of 2024 on the results of the feedback received through the Community Engagement Initiative.
Staff are okay with that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, always open to constructive feedback.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much. It's that council direct planning services and OC Transpo staff to review transit service along Bank Street, servicing Lansdowne Park, and develop a transit strategy to improve transit service on both event and non-event days, working within current or future resource availability, with potential improvements such as, but not limited to, promotional fares and increased service along routes that service Lansdowne Park.
Thank you. Staff are okay with that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the directions I'm aware of. So we are now going to move out of committee of the whole. Councillor Gower, you have a motion for that?
That the committee of the whole rise and report to city council.
Is that carried? All right. So just a reminder that we're dealing with we're jointly considering 3 items on the agenda: the Lansdowne Annual Report for 2023, the Lansdowne Partnership Plan authorization to proceed to the next steps in the redevelopment report, and the Built Heritage Committee report number 9. We will open it up for people's comments and questions, and then we will vote on the Lansdowne Partnership Plan, and then we will receive the other 2 items. So that's the order that we'll move in.
Point of order. Hi, Mayor, Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
So just on a point of order, is it your intention to sever and call for a separate vote on the main clauses of the Lansdowne motion, the Lansdowne Partnership motion? I would request that anyways.
You're requesting that we vote on separate clauses of the Lansdowne motion?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I was expecting to be in the office on Monday and I was not, so I don't have my papers with me. But there are, I believe, 5 main sections in the Lansdowne motion body.
Okay.
Members probably have statements to make, so staff can probably.
Yeah, we can come back to that if you don't mind. Yeah. So if anyone wants to speak to what's in front of us. Councillor Menard.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This has been a tough file. My team and I believe that community has tried, my team and I believe that, and I believe my community has tried to represent the public interest throughout our engagement on this file. This time around, we tried to put more emphasis on the positive ways we can improve outcomes with a campaign on 5 key ways we could bring this plan more in line with the public vision for Lansdowne. It was obviously a tough file to push through at this time for a council that had committed to a lot more collaboration. I care deeply about my ward residents. I care about the small retailers like the Farmers Market, 613, and other small businesses who have reached out to us, who have expressed concern about the plan. And I care about Lansdowne succeeding and this city. It's why my team has worked tirelessly on this file. In case there was any confusion, we don't bring motions forward because we like losing them. We do it out of a sense of duty and public benefit. And I hope members can respect that instead of insinuating something like filibustering. We would be losing public space and beloved buildings that have decades of life left and well-used green space to pay for new infrastructure that a private partner says they need to be more financially stable. They need to make more money, or at least stop losing some of that money here. And that's at the end of the day what this is about. And we can't imagine a future where that's not the only way to make Lansdowne work. We can't even consider what the alternative would be, or a mitigation strategy that we might need one day. I think what we've seen today and yesterday is unfortunately prioritizing maximizing revenue, selling off air rights in our park over almost all other public goods. We've done that instead of providing not-for-profit housing on the site during a housing emergency. We did it instead of favoring bids that propose more rental housing when that's the kind of supply we need. We did it instead of limiting parking on the site without taking away accessible parking during a climate emergency. and green space or cash in lieu or bringing in the community for more improvements. I believe that there's more to advocating the public interest than narrowly focusing on revenue maximization from privatization. And if this project debt is too expensive to include things that we agreed to prioritize as a council, things that we agreed are of public benefit, then maybe this project is simply too expensive to be a priority for us right now. Maybe we shouldn't be considering this public debt at all, given we do not have a stadium emergency. How can we have enough money for a stadium, but not enough to house people in this harsh winter city, or to have proper buildings for emergency shelters, or to avoid service cuts to our transit system? I believe this decision will be one that this council will come to regret if we take it today to pass this plan. And I think it mirrors the mistake that was the way LRT was procured in the city. We carry new risk with increased construction costs, the risk of legal battles to come, the risk of the waterfall not meeting its projections to pay off debt as it never has, the risk to local businesses with 10 years of construction, the risk of public land sell-off, and the risk of not investing in other needed priorities in our city. I wanted to see better for Lansdowne. I know that we can do better, and I want this site to succeed. This plan, as it stands right now, did not prioritize that public side, and I think that's where it has faltered. And so, Mayor, this is not one that I want to support here today, even with the changes that some of which I think are positive from today. It has been an extremely divisive issue and one that I wish we hadn't had in front of us at this time in this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I will also be voting against the project, and I listened very long and hard to everything that was being suggested, and it really helped for me to simplify my reasons. And so I just wanted to share those simple reasons. But I would also put forward that I'm treating this very much like how we treat budget directions, whereby, you know, we're proposed an envelope or proposed a project, and then the details come in further dates. I am prepared to see how Lansdowne evolves over time for all of those benefits and all of those safeguards that we have in place. And I would be prepared to vote in favor of other parts of the project as it evolves, as more information comes forward. But at this time, I do not believe I've been given the right info or the information I need to support. So very simply, you know, if you got your bingo cards out, I come from a nonprofit executive background. So I've just looked at this from some of my basic principles as a nonprofit executive. So some of my concerns have been, you know, that we're going to use unrestricted funds to put into a debt financing reserve. And when we do budget deliberations, we know full well that unrestricted funds are worth their weight in gold. We actually don't have a lot of movement within our budget, and by doing this debt servicing reserve, we're going to use some of those unrestricted funds, which therefore allows for fewer emergencies or fewer, you know, credit card transactions on that hotel room or motel room, pardon me, for families in those cases. And so I'm concerned about that. And then similarly, you know, we're not maximizing this moment of debt to advance some of our priorities. If we had seen a more a bold commitment to affordable housing through the King motion, maybe this could have been different. But in fact, we just saw a reinstatement of the policy that we already had, which I thought was, you know, basically status quo and not responding to the immediate pressures. So that's something that I thought was a missed opportunity. Sometimes some things can be, you know, the best deal provided, and you can still not be able to take advantage of them because the city is strapped. And it's okay for us to say it. We need support from our federal and provincial partners. And we will be saying that at Advocacy Days in 2 weeks. And I will be saying it loudly. But right now, I think we need to make difficult choices here, just as we're being asked to make difficult choices across all of our portfolios. So even though something can be a great deal, we might still not be able to do it at this moment, and that's okay. If a project doesn't pan out in the way that Lansdowne 1.0 did not pan out, sometimes you do need to protect your investment a little bit more carefully. And we are transferring the risk back onto ourselves as the public entity. And we were doing that in what was referred to yesterday by David White as balancing, or perhaps it was Wendy Stephenson, pardon me, but the LRT inquiry was speaking of this idea of balance between the partners. I would suggest that with respect to the LRT inquiry, we definitely need a private partner to build us a train. And so we should think about that. But when it comes to running recreational programming, we might not be at the same amount of risk as we might imagine for the LRT. So those are some of my basic principles. I don't think we're strapped to the idea of having to spend money to make money. That's not something that cities are being asked to do as a public entity. That's not the attitude we need to defend. And so for community assets, I just think right now is not appropriate. And I'll reserve the right to see what the next chapter unfolds if that is the will of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor DeRuse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for everyone, for my colleague that we've been debating this now for a few days, but I've tried to be quiet as possible through this debate so we can go through the motions, but I want to give a comment on the final report. I want to thank your office, our senior leadership. I know Mr. Moore, Mr. Hellwire, and Isabel Jasmine for their work. I know they've been working very hard on that report. As Wendy mentioned, if I understood, there was thousands of hours that been spent on that report. So I want to thank staff for their hard work on this and making sure they're doing their due diligence. I appreciate our discussion that we have had during committee and council about this report. And I know that there will be always different opinions about the best ways forward. I think that some of the motions we passed, including removing the unit cap, allocating money to affordable housing, are good changes. And they're good for our city, for our residents. Lansdowne Park is one of the hubs of the city of Ottawa, where residents from all across the city and the country go to enjoy our city when they come to visit our venues and our Red Black and our 67s and many other events and venues in that vicinity. Investing in Lansdowne is the right thing to do, especially after seeing the positive impact it has had on the vibrancy of our city. I will be supporting the staff report as amended, and I look forward to hearing the proposed procurement model and finalization next year. It is important that we maximize the finances of the site to lower the debt servicing, and I hope to see good progress on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor DeRuse. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. The toughest part of my job, representing a ward with the highest rate of poverty in the city, has been seeing an underbelly of the city that I think a lot of people don't see or don't know exists. Seniors living in housing that are infested with bed bugs, families that have been living in one room in a motel for years on end, evictions of people from rooming houses, including a fellow who's sleeping in a park not close from here, who wears construction boots because he has a job, but he still can't afford a place to live. I have not received a single email suggesting that we have an emergency when it comes to Lansdowne. And I don't see one in front of us right now. Now, I understand it was the previous council that told staff to go forward with this proposal, but I resent being offered one choice when there are obviously different choices that we could be making. I'm not convinced that this is something that has to happen now. We have not been provided with an estimate to retrofit the facilities, to build a public bathroom, to fix the leaking roof, and to buy us a few more years. Because in those few more years, we could actually solve chronic homelessness in our city. $18 million a year that we will be putting to debt servicing. Imagine what that could do for people in our community. And, you know, it's no coincidence to me that the same week that we are debating this proposal, you know, a week ago, I was added to a homeless or to a shelter crisis task force in our city because people are sitting up in plastic chairs at the Mission because there's not enough room to put mats down. And so I believe that we can, Lansdowne is already a gathering place. I think it's something that we can improve, but I think it's incredibly wasteful to be tearing down infrastructure that we built just 10 years ago and tearing down facilities that may be older, but are certainly not dangerous and have certainly not reached the end of their life. And so I'm not saying that this is something we shouldn't do at some point, but this is not a priority for me now. It's not a priority for my community. And I remember my predecessor, Councillor McKenney, would say that they would wake up every morning and think about what it would be like to be a child waking up in a shelter. And that is how I try to do my job. I have always said that the reason I wanted to do this work was because I believe that when we support the most vulnerable people in our community, we raise living conditions for everyone. And I think until we do that, we have no business making an investment of this nature. The financial case to me is not clear. And as I said in the op-ed that Councillors Bradley and Devine and I wrote in the Ottawa Citizen, public scrutiny is higher than ever on city finances since the LRT report came out last year. And I fear that we're making the same kind of errors. And so I'm proud of the work that we've done, listening to delegations and trying to make this proposal better, but I don't think it's good enough. And therefore, I'll be voting against. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor King?
Thank you, Your Worship. I did not agree with Council approving a revised business and financial plan along with a $332.6 million debt authority regarding the redevelopment of Lansdowne Park in June 2022 during the last council term, since the proposed model was based upon a Byzantine financing model that would require a tremendous amount of new tax-supported debt to pay for improvements and new development, despite previous assurance that any redevelopment deal would be revenue neutral for the city. With a new $419 million plan for Lansdowne Park before council for approval this term, I remain equally convinced that the latest iteration of this project will not be financially sustainable for the city due to the sizable addition of new municipal debt without a guaranteed source of revenue generation for debt servicing. If we look objectively at the report before us, it is evident that it exponentially increases the city's debt obligation over the next 40 years. It does not aggressively seek funding commitments from senior levels of government to reduce the cost of the project. It significantly reduces green space. It tears down a facility that was recently renovated. It does not provide adequate transportation planning and transit options. And while the recent LRT inquiry noted in its recommendations that public entities should avoid wherever possible introducing complexity into major components of projects, this plan maintains its Byzantine financial model that uses property tax uplift to fund revenue shortfalls. The report's financials due diligence also explicitly confirms that Lansdowne 2.0 is not revenue neutral and has no revenue guarantees. I believe that Lansdowne as a landmark destination requires a best-in-class business model. I do not believe that the report before us proposes that model. The proposal before us is not an appropriate or prudent use of taxpayers' dollars and is an inappropriate investment considering the numerous crises that are confronting the city at this time. The proposal is not in alignment with our city's immediate priorities, which include providing affordable, efficient, and reliable transit, addressing the city's massive infrastructure deficit, and investing exponentially in affordable housing. While I was happy to see some improvements to address affordable housing in some of the amending motions to this report, I will not be voting in favor of the overall plan due to my concerns about the plan's deficiencies, feasibility, and long-term financial viability. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Carr.
Sorry, wasn't paying attention. First, I want to acknowledge how challenging this file has been for everyone, in particular for my very good colleague, Councillor Menard. Typically, it's me that expands into his space around the horseshoe, but over the last couple of days, he has sweat his passion into my space. And I truly recognize how challenging it must be to have this file in your ward. I acknowledge I felt the stress of this file as well. I certainly didn't intend to infer last week at committee to delegates that there were deliberate attempts to flood my inbox, and absolutely residents should engage with councillors and provide their views. And I apologize for my inferences there. I know that for me personally, the stress that I've been feeling has been due to having an evolving view of this development. Initially, when I was elected, I always assumed that I would vote no for Lansdowne for some of the reasons that we've heard. The competing priorities we're facing, the timing, questions around partnerships, the transfer of risk to the city. However, as weeks went on and I read more and more information and asked staff more and more questions, it has become clear to me that for me, a no vote at this time would halt a project that's been in development since the previous council unanimously decided in 2021 to proceed with the demolition and rebuild of the arena in North Stands. I understand, in having reviewed all those reports, why those decisions were made at that time. There are some aspects of this development that I can easily get behind. The ability to have a completely accessible facility where everyone in the city can attend. With 4 million visits a year to the site already, I do believe that it is extremely important that everyone can participate. I also appreciate that the current arena not only cannot meet the performance requirements of some groups, but that it also poses a risk for our teams and for future entertainment. And it's also not very friendly from an environmental perspective. I think it's the city's second biggest energy waster and mold and leaks. Overall, I think it'd be great to have an entire facility at Lansdowne to meet the city's environmental standards. I believe that this is a positive city building project. I do appreciate, in particular, in these difficult financial times, the economic opportunity that this development holds. I believe it's 3,700 FT jobs. They'll be created a one-time construction, and overall, I think 1,500 on a permanent basis, in addition to what's there already. I do believe that housing is a benefit to be added to the site. I do worry that lack of investment in the property will render it obsolete. I remember very well what Lansdowne looked like before. I am married to somebody that was born and raised in the Glebe and basically lived there till he met me. And, you know, there are elements that the plan that I wish we weren't losing, and I think it's overall, Lynette, about 0.2 hectares of green space. I don't super love the placement of the arena. I recognize it's the only place to go. I do struggle with the finances a little bit. I'm happy we've left the term revenue neutrality behind, but I do worry about costs escalating more than what I'm comfortable with. But, in speaking with staff and others, I understand if we receive funding from the province, someone just spoke to this, or federal government, that would help decrease the debt. I'm very hopeful this is one area in which we can make significant progress before this comes back to council today. I was pleased, along with my colleagues, to see some of the changes today. And while I do have significant finances, significant anxiety about the finances, I do remain hopeful that we can narrow that gap. And I'm hopeful that if there are still some outstanding questions that my colleagues have, for example, the cost of replacement of Arena North Side stands, that they can get that information so we have that information ready in the future. But anyway, knowing that this is all coming back and we have more opportunity to shut this down, if escalations get too high, I'm comfortable saying yes at this point and allowing this to go through. At this point, I can't say no to new housing. I can't say no to accessibility. I can't say no to job creation and economic development. And I do want to clarify that this vote does not mean that I don't care about public transport. It doesn't mean that I don't care about housing or shelters. I mean, certainly in my ward, these are things that I'm experiencing right now. I'm not a fan of either arguments. I'm acutely aware of the issues that the city is facing, but I'm pleased that we're working on an abundance of different issues. And I want to thank everyone. It is true this has been a bit divisive, and I certainly feel it myself. But I will be supporting the project today, and I wanted to say that I really look forward to continuing to work with everyone around the table. And I'm really pleased today that, even though it was a little bit stressful, that we all enjoyed a number of laughs. And thanks, Councillor Brown, for trying to get rid of public art.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I haven't done a great deal of talking throughout this. I've been doing a great deal of listening. And I want to thank all the delegates, all of them, no matter what their view is. And I want to thank staff, and I want to thank my colleagues for their input. There have been some positive changes in the past few days. It's better than it started out. Regardless, I still find it problematic. The scale of the project is massive and costly. And for a municipality to take this on, it concerns me about the future. As everyone knows, my top priority is affordable housing. We are going to get more money for affordable housing, and I appreciate that. But I can't help but think that we could have got a lot more if we had some more funds that we're investing in this. So I am concerned. I'm also concerned about the transit This was a concern from the beginning. As I watch a stage 2 LRT system being built through my ward with lots of stations, it puzzles me that I'm looking at a project where with major events and without transit being taken into as a major consideration. My residents have told me they're very concerned about this. No matter where I go, I've been hearing about it. They're concerned about the cost and the financing of this project, and I agree with them. So I will not be supporting this project, but I thank everyone for their input, and I think everyone has been fairly sincere about their concern for it. And I especially want to thank the Councillor Menard, who took on a lot with this. This is his backyard, and he's putting a lot of passion into it. And regardless, I think that we have to give him due respect for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. So the entire time, throughout the entire process, I did believe, and I still do believe that 2.0, Lansdowne 2.0 is the natural and necessary progression of the site. The unfortunate thing is there were a lot, and there still are a lot of reservations and financial risks associated with the project, which kept me from agreeing to the project. However, as I continue to learn, as I continue to ask questions to staff, to OSAG, and kind of chat with my colleagues a little more, I had a lot of those holes, a lot of those gaps filled. And I was actually told that by combating through a lot of the misinformation and actually a lot of the disinformation as well, that I actually ended up selling the project better than they know it. One of the biggest reasons that I was so apprehensive about this was the use of the Class C estimate as something that we were proceeding with. But to turn that argument on its head, using a Class C estimate to also say no is kind of like saying, to use the kitchen renovation analogy, you got a very rough estimate that a kitchen renovation may cost this much based on market and all of this stuff, but you haven't proceeded with a detailed estimate. So I truly do believe that proceeding today to the next gate will allow us a much more informed vote, because even if the next vote is a yes or no, it's a much more informed yes or no than what we would be doing today. I'm sure that some of my residents in Ward 24 may be disappointed about this. Paul, James, David, Cherry, among others. But I would much rather take a very informed vote on this than one based on one with a lot of wiggle room, honestly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Maire.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd just like to applaud Councillor Menard's efforts. I know that this was a very heavy file for you lately, over the last, not months, but years. You've been working on this file. You really engaged the community, so great job to you, your staff, to the community. We're neighbors, let's say, especially with the Panda file. Yes, I see your face. So I know how hard you worked on this. But personally, when I make decisions that are difficult and complicated, I always try to use, I always try to think about children. As you know, in my ward, things are going badly for children. They've lost their community center. There's also a big project happening on Montreal Road that's going to displace families and create social disorder. Children are afraid in our libraries, in our parks. They're scared to walk to school because of social issues in the area. And also what I saw over the last few months, I wasn't in Lansdowne before the evacuation. You should see how joyful children are when they go to places where there's sports, pedestrian-friendly areas, people are involved, athletes are there. They speak with the children, they interact with them. For me, it's a place where children can just be children. They could walk, they could go to the restaurant, to the market. There are all kinds of things to do. And that's what I envision as well when I think about the Byward Market. It's to make it a place good that's good for families and children where they could go every day and where there's always something to do. So that's my decision today. Will we go backwards, keep things as they are, question our relationship with OSEG, or will we rather move ahead? That's what I'll be deciding on today. And I would just like to applaud Councillor Menard again, all the work that you did on this file. The staff as well, the City of Ottawa staff, and I really hope that will improve things not only in my ward, in his ward, and especially for young people. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Plante.
Of council, I absolutely love this city that I've called home my entire life. And my Ottawa includes Lansdowne Park. I've attended events at Lansdowne since I was a child, and many, many different events over the last 47 years. And Lansdowne Park is connected with the glebe. The glebe and Lansdowne Park in many ways go hand in hand. And I'm proud that my grandparents lived in the glebe for years. My mom grew up on 4th Avenue. Great-grandmother lived at the glebe center. I was married in the glebe at a church there. And although I never lived there, my heart in many respects is in this community. I do want to recognize and applaud the strong community engagement and the efforts by so many people to make this a better proposal or better outcome. And to our city manager, I just want to recognize the 3 leads that have been on this file. I think, Sean Moore, you have shown nothing but excellence on this file. Isabel Jasmine, your financial fluency has been superb. And Charmaine Forgy, we always give you the hard cases, but talk about an expert in your ability to tiptoe through our more challenging public outreach initiatives. Thank you to the 3 of you in particular. And Councillor Menard, offer a thanks to you and your staff as well. I do believe genuinely that you care, and you've tried to put your community and our city as a whole at the front of your decision making. So thank you for your efforts. Colleagues, I can speak at length about the positives of this proposal. I could speak probably 30 minutes on the positives and 30 minutes on some of the challenges that my residents have added. And I've always said I wanted to support this proposal. And the financial concerns was always sort of my red line. Yes, there are many, many issues that the public has raised for us, but I needed evidence that this was the best recommendation and that the taxpayers were being protected. And I can't help but think about this term of council, the LRT and the bus and paratransport reliability issues that we're challenged with, where they're going to be confronted with LRT phase 3. With the TMP, we're going to have to make decisions on bus rapid transit corridors. We're going to next year probably have to wrestle with a $150 million donation to the Ottawa Hospital. We've got probably a $250 million decision on a new incineration plant or landfill that we'll have to decide this term of council. We know we've declared housing and homeless emergencies, and our climate change action plan and monies that many in our community have said are top priorities for us. We're going to focus limited dollars. And a major issue in my ward are the infrastructure gaps, the infrastructure needs that we have and continue to see not addressed to the satisfaction of my residents. These are the priorities that my residents tell me over and over again are important to them. Yesterday, staff said there are no timelines to renew the North Stands or the arena, that they're not at the point yet where even our own staff have said they're on a timeline for replacement. And from a city perspective, that isn't top priority, not urgency to replace those. We own them, and many have said they need to be modernized, which I agree with, and at some point they need to be rebuilt. I acknowledge this as well. The question is this the time? Is this the time to do something that isn't falling down and where our residents have said we are challenged to address the top priorities we've already established? That's what I've been wrestling with for weeks, if not longer. So that's why I'm not convinced at this time to proceed with this major capital replacement project and partnership. I do believe OSEG is a decent kind, Ottawa-based organization, and I respect their leadership tremendously. My responsibility is and will always be to the people of River Ward and the taxpayers of Ottawa. And at this time, I'm not able to support the recommendation before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So my ultimate concern was and remains the financial risk. And with the understanding that there will be touch points in the future where we'll see a more accurate projection of costs and where we'll presumably have the benefit of the AG's report. Perhaps then I'll feel better about the financials than I do now. Similar to what my other colleagues, what some of my other colleagues have said, if I had ever seen a similar eagerness from this council to extend this much long-term debt and bold investment in actual emergencies like housing, transit, infrastructure, and climate resilience, I feel better than I do now. But I don't think I've ever seen us express a willingness to extend that same level of risk. And I remember wrestling with myself on what my ultimate vote was going to be and what my strategy was going to be. And I remember telling myself that I'm more likely, that I knew that I was leaning in not supporting this. But my goal through the deliberations had been to try to ensure that whatever comes out of these deliberations was the best possible result for the sake of the entire city, not just for the habitual users of these venues. And I could hear the dual voices in my head where if we did end up with something that I could be more proud of, that I might support it despite my concerns of the financial risks, because my excitement might have superseded my fiscal concern. And I really saw this as an opportunity for us to do more than simply replacing aging facilities with new facilities. I saw this entire conversation, this entire process, as an opportunity to use the single greatest expenditure that we're going to make on this term, to spend it on a crown jewel where the light that would shine from it came not just from new arena seats and luxury condos, but from values that I wish were more espoused. I wish, as I look to the future, I wish that when residents and tourists came to visit or experience whatever comes out of this, that they'd be pointing to things that were built on aspirational values and not just concrete. So what ended up making me sink a little was how there were so many opportunities where we had an opportunity to bend a little more for the sake of greater public benefit, and we chose not to aspire. And there were several, but that felt quite disappointing in the end. But there really were two that broke my spirit. On the green roof, we chose not to commit. But we chose not to commit to it. We chose to explore the feasibility of, when the cost differential between having that green roof and not having that green roof was in my opinion, minimal in the grand scheme of things. But what really got me was on affordable housing, where we chose not to aspire. And that's what literally broke my back on this. We had an opportunity to aspire with Councillor King's motion on the 40%, and we didn't. And not only did we not aspire, we had to seemingly fight our way to replacing back to a policy that should not have been abandoned in the first place. And so for those reasons, and based on the mass volume of messages I've received that back up everything I just said, at this point, I will not be able to support this project. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mayor, for, I think, doing a great job of chairing the meetings over the last several days in managing a very difficult file. And I thought we made some very good progress on some of the amendments that were brought forward with the goal of finding a compromise. So I commend you for that. I do thank staff for their professionalism and their hard work and their diligence that went into this here today. I will be supporting the project for two along the lines of two themes. One is, I don't want the city to be in the stadium management business or in event promotion. That was the reason why we opted to go into a partnership, so that we could get out of the business of taking care of a stadium and not doing a very good job of maintaining the facility, and not doing a very good job, I think, at the end of the day, of being aggressive at attracting events. We also exported the trade shows to the South End and put a great facility on the transit line that I hope will continue to be successful and bring events and economic development to the city of Ottawa. I think that's the main reason to support this project, is that we can't put economic development on a low burn. It's tremendously important to the city of Ottawa that we attract investments and jobs. And as part of the delegations, we heard a very long list of businesses and business leaders who do just that, economic development, and they know how to do that. They know how to hire people and attract. We heard from Ottawa Tourism. They told us that previous events, such as the curling championship, rugby, volleyball, Nations League, led to 800 hotel bookings and generated 17 million of economic development to the city. We heard from the Ottawa Board of Trade that supports the project. We heard from the Glebe business improvement area. We heard from them here, and we heard from them today. We heard from the Ottawa Gatineau Hotel Association, who said that we are losing competitive edge to attract events. We heard from the Canadian Live Music Association. We heard from the Canadian Basketball League Commissioner, who is tremendously excited about the project and sees great potential for the basketball team here in the city of Ottawa, and there's a lot of excitement around it. We heard from Saunders Farm. We heard from the owner of Sunset Grill. We heard from the president of the National Capital Amateur Football Association. We heard from Lion Nation Canada. We heard from Invest Ottawa. We heard from Amateur Football, and the list goes on. And I think their testimony really reminded us of the importance of economic development and the potential for this site that right now has its limitations, and we have the opportunity to turn that. And I think it's consistent with building an affordable city. We've made progress on affordable housing with a number of the amendments today, but a big part of having an affordable city and being affordable is that you have a job, you can open a business, you pay taxes. And so I think that's an element, as we heard from some of the delegations, that needs to be a big part of the job that we do here, is to ensure that there's economic development so that people can afford to purchase a home or to rent an apartment. And for those reasons, Mr. Mayor, I'll be supporting the initiative today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to just start by saying that Lansdowne Park, it belongs to the people of Ottawa. It has and will always be a city-owned asset. That's not going to change. And simply put, we cannot walk away, and we can't turn our backs on its needs. For more than 175 years, it's been a community gathering place and an important public facility. And unfortunately, for decades, the city let Lansdowne slide backwards. They didn't invest in this important community asset. And it eventually became a giant parking lot with crumbling stands and aging infrastructure. Lansdowne 1.0 took the first steps to functionally changing that on half of the site. So much of the concrete and the asphalt is now gone. Instead, there's the great lawn and an urban park where kids can run and play, and where world-class musicians perform. The crumbling Southside stands were replaced with a modern stadium that has since hosted a Grey Cup, professional soccer, and NHL Heritage Classic. There's new shops and restaurants and attractions like the farmers market and music festivals. They have all animated the space, and they make it a destination from people from all over the city. Before Lansdowne 1.0, Lansdowne saw about 250,000 people annually. But since the renovations, Lansdowne now attracts 20 million visitors, over 4 million annually from across the city and the world. I'm not telling you guys anything you don't already know, but I think those numbers are incredibly important to hear again. We know that people support this site, they enjoy this site, and they frequent this site. We also know that there's 4,000 full-time and part-time jobs that were created because of this first stage of the renovations and investment in this facility. I can only imagine what us supporting 2.0 is going to do for the economy on the site and for the attractions. I want to take one moment. I want to thank the 80 plus delegations, the hundreds of people who filled out all the surveys, the many residents from across Ottawa, but also particularly my ward in Orleans West and East, who took the time to share their thoughts with us. They not only shared concerns, but they shared memories. They shared their hopes for its future. They shared their optimism for what we could do with 2.0 and into the future, what we can evolve from there. So I'm choosing to share their expectations of a prosperous and vital, exciting future for this city-owned facility and this location in the heart of Ottawa, where residents from all over, from every ward, from every neighborhood have gone and will continue to go visit, shop, and celebrate. I will be supporting this amended version of this report, and I would encourage my colleagues to also see our community's vision for this facility.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. I don't see any other hands up, so I'll just make a few final comments. I want to start by thanking my colleagues, each and every one of you. I know how much time everyone has put into this, and we've all had multiple conversations about it and worked very hard over the last few weeks and months to get to this point. I know it's been a little bit tense at times, but I think it has been a respectful process and a productive process. And I think each and every one of us has been doing our jobs during the last few days and in the last few weeks. So I want to thank you all for that. And I want to encourage you. I wasn't sure whether we'd finish today or we'd be spending tomorrow together as well. If you had blocked off tomorrow for this meeting and you now have it available, I want to encourage you all to get some rest and spend some time with your families, because we've all worked very, very hard this week, and you all deserve a break. So thank you to all of you. I also want to thank staff. I'm often asked, as I've said before, what the biggest surprise is that I've had in my first year in this job. And it is the professionalism and diligence and integrity of our incredible staff at the City of Ottawa. So thank you, each and every one of you, for the thousands of hours of work that you have put into this. I'm talking to the people who are sitting right here and a few of the people over there and some of the people over there who have worked incredibly hard and have really served our community so well through this process. So thank you very much. It won't be a surprise for you to hear that I'll be supporting this project. I think it is a better project than it was last year. I think it's a better project than it was 2 days ago. And I'm proud to support it as a great opportunity for the city. So Councillor Leeper has asked that we vote separately on item 3 and 4. So we can vote on item 3 and 4 together, and then we will vote on the rest of the items together. So let's start with items 3 and 4, please. So item 3 is the official plan amendment process. Item 4 is the zoning items. Okay.
Just given my declared statement, which of these clauses am I wanting to vote against?
So this is what the building has to.
Not sure.
Is this not the staff recommendation?
Yeah, this is the staff recommendation, and within it, item 3 is the official plan amendment. Item 4 is the zoning items. So we're going to just vote on those first and then vote on everything else.
So which is the clause that basically proceeds with the partnership agreement?
Item 1. Okay, ready to vote? So we're voting on 3 and 4 now, the official plan and zoning items. Voting on 3 and 4. Go ahead, please.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor DeRoche.
Oui.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
18 yeas, 7 nays.
Thank you. And now we'll vote on everything else in the recommendation as amended during the last 2 days. Yeah, and of course, the last one was as amended as well. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Oui.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe. Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor DeRoche.
Oui.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor DeRuse.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
16 yeas, 9 nays.
Thank you. Let's just tidy up the rest of the agenda then. So on the 2023 Lansdowne Annual Report, is that received?
So
And on the Built Heritage Committee report, is that received?
received.
A motion to adopt reports, Councillor Gower.
That the reports from the Built Heritage Committee Report 9 and Joint Finance and Corporate Services Committee and Planning and Housing Committee Report 1 be received and adopted as amended.
Is that carried?
Okay.
Confirmation by law, Councillor Gower?
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of November 9th, 2023.
Is that carried?
Okay.
Motion to adjourn, Councillor Gower?
That the proceedings of the City Council meeting of November 9th, 2023 be adjourned.
Carried?
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Merci beaucoup. Wait. You guys are all coming back tomorrow though, right?
Oh.
Anybody still gonna come? We're still gonna get together tomorrow?
I might.
Yeah.
I might not.
All right. We're good, guys.
So now?
I think I'm good.
The struggle getting our carrier.
Yeah, that's right. What time was everybody picking? What time did you pick?
I was thinking tomorrow.
Is that tomorrow?
You're not making
Tomorrow?
it easy for a 6 o'clock deadline either.
Yeah. Gonna be a rough one.
Good afternoon, bonjour à tous, or good evening. My name is Kendra Titley and I will be your moderator. Je m'appelle Kendra Titley et je serai l'animatrice de ce point
I'll be the moderator of this press conference.
order to ask their questions. You may ask one question with a follow-up. Par ordre alphabétique, j'invite maintenant chaque organisme
I would invite every organization to ask a question, a follow-up question.
par Elise Gura at CBC Ottawa.
Hi there. I'm hoping I can just get a quick answer from the mayor and from Mark Gowdy about your general reaction to this passing.
I'm really pleased. I'm relieved that we got through the last couple of days. This is obviously, an extraordinary amount of work has gone into this by councillors, by my office, by city staff. And so I do feel a little bit like how I feel at the finish line of a marathon, to use, another one of my obvious running analogies. But I'm very pleased. I think this is a huge opportunity for the city. I think a lot of work has gone into making sure that the interests of the community are protected and that this is the right deal for the city of Ottawa and the people of Ottawa. So I'm pleased to see this moving forward. We still have a lot of work ahead of us, but I'm happy today that there was support for this plan and that we're moving forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm happy for the people of Ottawa. We're really proud of what we do at Lansdowne and what we've built. And we get to do more awesome stuff and do more things over the next couple of years. So really happy for what we're going to be able to do for Ottawa over the next couple of decades.
Great. And my next question, Mr. Mayor, is obviously we had a lot of members of the public who came and were not altogether pleased, and there were 9 council members who voted against this plan. I wonder how any people who have residual worries about the site, how is that going to be addressed?
I understand all the concerns that were raised. I'm grateful for the level of engagement from the community on this. It shows how much people care about Lansdowne Park and care about the city. Anytime you have that level of engagement, I think it's a really healthy sign. And all of the contributions from residents were listened to carefully and were treated with respect and were welcomed. And so, this is not the final step in the process. I think there is still room for us to improve the many aspects of the plan as we move forward. This is the starting point. So we'll continue listening to the community, but this gives us the opportunity to move forward. And I think that's really important at this stage. It's the right decision at the right time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Arthur White-Crummy at CBC Radio.
So my first question will be for both the mayor and also for someone from, sorry, I have a slight stutter, probably Mr. Gowdy. I just wanted to start by asking about the changes that were made to the project through the motions. We do see a very different project with more units being allowed on the site. There was also, of course, some consideration given to a wide range of other issues. I just wanted to ask about how this changes the project from your perspective, Mr. Gowdy, to start. Just how does it change the viability? How does it change what OSEG is going to be doing there? And some comments on the same issue from yourself.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, from our perspective, what we were hoping to do is, have the city understand that these assets need to be replaced, right? And give us a new place to play for the next 50, 60, 70 years. So that was the most important thing for us. With changes to the residential and what the city will do in terms of their procurement around that. That's awesome. That just means there's going to be more people living at Lansdowne, and that's a better opportunity for people to enjoy Lansdowne living there, and that's we're happy with that.
I think it's a better plan than it was a couple of days ago, and I certainly think it's a better plan than it was last year. I heard lots of feedback from residents during the election campaign last year, and they wanted to see us improve the plan, and I think we did. I think one of the really interesting things is that in the last year, the consciousness around housing has changed dramatically, and so there's that's why I'm glad to see us adding more units to the site in the last couple of days, because I think there really was a sense that if this was an opportunity to build more housing in our community, we should take full advantage of it. And so that's one of that's how much the discussion around housing in the community has changed even in the last year. So I think we've worked hard to improve the proposal, and I think this is something that we can all be proud of and move forward on together.
Okay. And this will be for the mayor. I don't think this was as close as some people might have expected it to be. 69 is the final vote. I just hope you can talk to the compromises that were made to bring some of the members of council on board that might have been skeptical of this to begin. Like, how much work did you do for outreach and how did that work?
There were a lot of conversations after the plan was introduced, and I think councillors had a lot of very legitimate questions about the project and what it meant. It's a massive project. It's a complex project. There are a lot of moving parts. There are some big numbers. So it was natural that council colleagues had a lot of concerns and questions at the start of the process. But as we worked with councillors, and city staff did a great job on this as well, as we worked with councillors and answered those questions and incorporated some of their ideas into the plan, we made some progress. And I think some of the people who were initially not skeptical, but just raising legitimate questions became supporters of the project. So I'm grateful to city staff for the work that they did on that. And I think that's a healthy process when you see people who start out with a lot of questions, but as the more they learn, the more they support the project. I think that's a really good sign.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Leah LaRocque at CTV Ottawa.
My first question is just a point of clarification, and I may have missed this, so apologize. What is the final price tag? Is it still $419, or have we?
Yes, that's correct. It's still $419.
Okay, even with all the amendments and everything, with the added units?
Very close.
Okay. Speaking of finances, that seemed to be the big concern for a lot of residents, a lot of people at the council table. So how will you sell this to the city of Ottawa, who will see this nearly $500 million project after we saw a budget that meant we needed to take care of city finances? So how do you sell this to people of Ottawa who didn't support this project?
I think there were a lot of different concerns that were expressed by members of the public, and I think we addressed a lot of those concerns. When it comes to the finances for this project, I think it's clear that we own Lansdowne Park. It's our property. It will be our property for the next 50 years. That's not going to change. And we have to invest in that property one way or another. And I think we've seen countless examples of positive and negative outcomes when people in leadership roles support the investment in public infrastructure or don't support the investment in public infrastructure. And I'll point to 24 Sussex Drive as a great example. When you don't invest and you let something crumble, you end up with an asset that you can't use, and you end up with an even bigger price tag than you would have had if you had simply invested in its upkeep all along. And so in this case, we've taken the very clear choice to invest in Lansdowne Park and improve Lansdowne Park, improve the experience for our customers and our residents, improve the site overall, build an exciting new facility. We've taken the choice to invest in the growth and success instead of having an escalating investment in the decline of Lansdowne Park, where it's costing us more and more money as it's falling apart. And so there wasn't a choice here where we invested nothing over the next 40 years. There was only a choice where we invested in growth and opportunity, or a choice where we invested in the decline of Lansdowne.
On va maintenant à Julien Paquette à la droite.
Julien Paquette from the Droit.
I'll ask in English. The question is for OSEG. I'm just wondering if you could go through a rundown on what's next, basically, for you guys in terms of making this work, bringing more people, reaching the 5 million per year, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think.
Turn your mic on, Mark.
Yeah, I think for what's next for OSEG and for the partnership is there's a lot of work still left to be done, right? This is going to be a project that happens over the next 10 years. So I'm very excited to work with our partner in the city of Ottawa about what comes next. So now some of the fun gets to start happening. We get to design what an event center looks like. We get to design what the north side stands look like. The city gets to run their process to figure out, the people that will be living at Lansdowne and what those units are going to look like. So a lot of work left to do. Really look forward to doing that. And what we're going to be left with at the end of the day here is facilities that, better serve our community and, the 4 million plus that we welcome down to Lansdowne, and better serve the people that are using those facilities, the promoters, the concerts, our sports teams, the National Association that run their championships through Lansdowne. So I think everybody wins at the end of the day in this.
And I've noticed you've been here for pretty much the whole debates, the delegations and everything.
Yeah, don't you have jobs?
No, that was not my question, but I was just wondering if there's anything you've heard about concerns from the public or councillors that makes things you'd like to work towards.
Yeah, I think very similar to what we experience in sport. Apathy is what you fear, right? And I think you saw the exact opposite of apathy. You see people that care about their city. You see councillors that care about their city. You see councillors and residents that care about Lansdowne. So I think that leads to a good debate, and I think you heard a lot of that good debate over the last 4 days, including the community meetings. And I think anytime we're able to do that, we end up with a better thing at the end of the day. So we're going to end up with a better Lansdowne as a result of it.
Thank you.
Merci. We'll now go to Marlo Glass at the Ottawa Citizen.
Hi.
Hi.
Yesterday, I think we heard from councillors who were, I guess, looking for clarification on, I believe they were calling it off ramps, right? Like this isn't the last that we're going to be discussing Lansdowne 2.0. At the risk of, I guess, mixing my metaphors here, is there still going to be a point in time to pull the e-brake, or is the horse kind of out of the barn now?
That is mixing metaphors.
It's been a long week.
Yeah, I'll try to think of another analogy to
please
take it even further. There are still several decision points ahead of us. I'll let staff speak to those specifically, but this is a giant step forward. And if all goes well, we will continue to do the work and bring back those decisions to council to show that we have dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's, and we're in a position to move to the next step each time. But there is still room for us to improve or amend the proposal as we see fit in the months ahead, and councillors will have a voice in that.
Certainly. And my next question would be, for Roger and Mark, after sitting through this whole process, I guess, is there anything that you've learned or some things that you might change or keep in mind going forward when it comes to Lansdowne 2.0?
Yeah, I think again we're 4 long days into it. I think we take a little bit of time now to synthesize kind of what we heard and go through our notes and figure out if there's things that we can add to make Lansdowne even better going forward. So I think it'll take us a little time to work our way through that, but lots of good, usable, passionate input we've heard over those 4 days.
I would step. Do it. To what Mark is saying, I mean, it's been great sitting here. This is what democracy is all about. You don't need to look far into other countries to see where this kind of participation by citizens in the evolution and growth of their city doesn't take place. Decisions are made behind closed doors and nobody gets to participate. And so it's great to sit here and to listen. I don't have to agree with everything that everybody says, and everyone doesn't have to agree with things that we want, but we talk about it. There's a vote at the end, and whatever the vote says, we talk about, the 9 councillors who were against moving forward, but there were 16 who voted to go forward. So I think that's democracy in action. For us, as you probably heard me say, this is our way of helping to give back to the community. There were a group of us who didn't like seeing what Lansdowne was in 2007, 2008, and we put forward an unsolicited proposal to try to improve things. I think Lansdowne 1.0 has been an outstanding success, but we did identify by as early as 2018 that there were things that needed to be improved. So here we are 5 years later. It takes a little while sometimes to get things done, but that's the best way to move forward. And so we're looking forward to getting, going on to the next step. And in terms of the questions you had about, the off-ramps, there's a lot of things that we still have to prove. We're early in what is a very, very complicated project. So we need to do a lot of work on each of the elements of Lansdowne to prove that the things that we're hypothesizing today are in fact going to come into fruition. So that will be things that we'll be working on. And there are probably 4 or 5 different points in time where we'll have to come back to council and report to council. And my expectation would be, as long as what we determine through our further work is consistent with what we've laid out as a plan today, then we should be proceeding forward. If there isn't, if we hit a major hiccup, I mean, that's where we'll have to, come back and try and retool. But, sitting here today, I'm very pleased with today's vote and, ready to move forward on to the next step.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. On va maintenant à Frédéric Papin à Radio-Canada.
Frédéric Papin from Radio-Canada. Mr. Mayor, just please answer my question, then I'll go. I am live on the radio. How is this a better deal for the residents of Ottawa? Please explain to us, how is this now a better deal for the residents of Ottawa? What's been adopted today? During my election campaign last year, I heard the residents' concerns many times. And I think that there were some concerns surrounding the plan, the old plan. For example, the 3rd tower. And I think that this plan is better for Ottawa residents and for residents of the glebe. And there was a lot of consultation with the public, a lot of debate between the councillors. And I think that it's a better plan for many reasons. For example, more funds for affordable housing. That's a very big concern for many residents. So that's just one example. So I think it's a better plan for residents. Thank you.
This concludes today's media availability. Ceci conclut le point de presse d'aujourd'hui. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you.